This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. 7 million people's cancer could be prevented each year, according to the first global analysis. A report by World Health Organization scientists estimates 37% of cancer are caused by infections, lifestyle choices, and environmental pollutants that could be avoided. This includes cervical cancers caused by human papillomavirus infections, which vaccination can help prevent, as well as the host of tumors caused by tobacco smoke from cigarettes. The government has announced a new security operation in Isiolo and nearby counties to stop cattle theft and bring back peace in areas hit hard by drought. Interior Cabinet Secretary Kipchumba Murkomen says the operation, set to begin today, will involve several security agencies, including the Kenya Defence Forces and the National Intelligence Service. Speaking in Isiolo on Tuesday, Murkomen said the teams will go after armed criminals, illegal guns, and anyone helping bandits.
Na haitafanywa tu kwa sehemu moja, itafanya kwa sehemu zote safari moja. Kuna wakora wamekuwa wakiendeleza mambo ya kupiga watu kwa hii town. We are coming for you. And even those who are trying to put differences kati ya jamii kwa kujaribu kusema community hii ndio inapiga hile, community hii imepanga hii, we will come for you individually and it has nothing to do with your community. Ni wewe peke yako ndio tunakukujia.
A Turkish businessman has been charged before Mombasa court over terrorism-related offences. Osman Eslek was arraigned on Tuesday before senior resident magistrate David Odhiambo. He is accused of being a member of Al-Shabaab terrorist group and of illegally possessing a firearm. His co-accused Gokmen Sadiki was charged with consorting with a person in possession of a firearm. The magistrate ordered Eslek to be released on 1 million Kenya shillings bond, with case set for pre-trial on February 19th, 2026.
These charges are fake, with respect, and we shall show so during the hearing. Under our Constitution, Your Honor, an individual cannot be in custody for 23 days. These people have been in custody for 23 days.
The refugee passport is here in Mombasa court. The Turkish passport is in Kili. All the documentation that even uses for identification purposes, especially even the ID card, they have them.
Kitui Governor Julius Malumbe told senators on Tuesday that the county government has not yet taken over the management of the sand harvesting business in the area. Governor Malumbe said the sector has been infiltrated by fraudsters, undermining law enforcement efforts aimed at transferring control of the trade from community-based groups to cooperative societies. The governor also had difficulty explaining how the county collects only about 15 million Kenya shillings from the sand business.
Even if you took an average of 2,000 per truck, is 5 trucks per day. Is that reflective of the state of affairs on the ground? That there are just about 5 trucks every day paying cess in Kitui?
Chair, it depends with whether the sand is commercial or not commercial.
Immediately we feel like our intelligence is being insulted. We become very agitated. Kindly just answer the question. You are the ones who have given us these figures. Is it feasible that really in a day in Kitui that there are 5 trucks only that pay cess for sand?
And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you. How are you doing? This is Radio Generation. The time right now is 5 minutes past 6 o'clock. And it is that time of the morning whereby we do that thing that we call the People's Breakfast. My name is Mungala Mbuvi and I'm with City Muga in the studio. City, habari ya asubuhi. Uko fiti kabisa? Naona uko timam, as we like saying it. You know, I found out that the vocabulary I use when I share the same with folks who are younger than me, they don't understand. Wana float. Then of course najua wako na yao for sure, which I don't understand 70% of it, because I also don't try and keep up, and to some extent I honestly don't care. I have bigger fish to fry. But there are some things I when I'm talking to them, I tell them, like in the office, kuna watu naweza ambia vitu waniangalia zile za yeah? Unasema? And I realize, man, yeah, hii gap ni shida. So we either maintain good English or good Swahili.
Yes, na hata hiyo good Swahili maana utajikuta kwamba hueleweki vile. Kuna
vile, si ndio? Yes. Kwani lakini si walifanya Kiswahili in the curriculum?
That was for passing the exam.
Oh. That is why when you say Wambaji, some of them just laugh with you like Wambaji pia wewe. And then they move on. What the hell? Yeah. Anyway, it is 4th of February 2026. How are you doing? I hope wherever you are well. So nani tunaamka leo na Michael Olande, ndio mtu wa kwanza kuandika message. Ameandika na Kifaransa. Ile nimeshikanisha kwa hiyo Kifaransa yote kakangu ni bonjour.
Bonjour.
Ama watu wengine wanapendanga kusema bonsoir.
Sio ni usiku.
Bonsoir ni usiku. For real? There's actually a word like bonsoir. Wacha. Bonsoir sounds like kissy.
I'm telling you, it may sound like any native language you know.
Yes.
But ni usiku, bro.
Bonsoir ni usiku.
Haya. Ile shule ulienda? So umefundishwa French form 1 and 2?
Hapana, iko anga form 1 and 2. Actually Kifaransa nilifanya primary.
Bro. Ulienda primary ya nguvu?
Yeah, nilisomea primary 2 za nguvu, actually 3. Moja ilikuwa inaitwa Jubilee. Jubilee ilikuanga kule Satellite because that was our fast hood. Satellite kulikuanga na shule inaitwa Jubilee. It's still there. I actually went there as a guest of honor sometime. Then the second school I went to was Forest View Academy. Yeah, that was in Karen. Then from Karen I went to another, still in Karen.
Yani schoolie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Forest View Academy was there till 1998, when my brother now Ali graduated to Form 1 in 1999. So 1998 was my last time in Forest View Academy, and went to St. Anna's Preparatory, still in Karen.
Do you write to your parents every day to thank them?
Actually, I do. I will not write to them, but
unapigia simu
kuuliza. I call.
Na unakumbuka Father's Day mzee, unashughulikia mzee kabisa.
Mbaya.
Mother's Day sasa unaenda overboard kabisa.
Kama sasa on Sunday it was my mom's birthday. Nilienda yani nilimtreat mbovu.
Very good. Ulimnunulia maua?
Bro, vitu nilifanyia mama yangu, mimi peke yangu naweza fanya.
All right, very good. Then dutiful son.
Yes.
Good for you.
Right.
Well, my friend. Those early days are important.
Right. And those schools at the time, and I guess even today, were very expensive. And my folks did it one way or another.
Have you ever wondered how your folks managed?
Yeah.
Because unaangalia the education, unaangalia the courses, the home, how do these people manage all this?
Oh yeah. Nilikuwa naangalia fee structure. We are talking about 90s, Nilikuwa naangalia fee structure na najiuliza how in the hell.
But now they managed.
They managed. And here we are. So nikaenda St. Anna's Preparatory, kutoka St. Anna's hapa nilienda straight to Nairobi, the Nairobi School.
Formerly Prince of Wales.
Formerly Prince of Wales. Huko ndiko watu kadha walisomea, including former South African president. He was called Charles F. de Klerk. Alisomea pale Nairobi School.
Yes, familia yake walikuwa hapa.
Alisoma miaka yake ya sekondari. Alisomea hapa Kenya.
Okay. Huyu jamaa ambaye ni principal secretary, CS major.
PCS yani wamaanisha. Honorable Musalia Mudavadi. Naam. Pia yeye alisomea pale. Ndio huyo sasa. Alisomea pale.
Kuna mmoja pia anasimamia Toyota Kenya.
Actually, some notable fellows studied at
Dennis Awori,
Nairobi School. Notable fellows actually walisomea kule. Some of them escape my mind, but yeah.
Kuna jamaa ambaye alikuwa AG kitambo.
Mkanyo?
Huko.
Jamaa alisomea pale pia.
Skuli yenu baba ni ya kifari sana.
Ilikuwa ya nguvu.
Sio ilikuwa.
Bado ni ya nguvu.
Skuli ile?
Naam.
Bro. Kuna shule na kuna shule.
Ilivuma. Alafu during my time we were very good at rugby.
No, it's not during your time.
Yeah.
That school has been fantastic in rugby.
But lately, I don't think they are doing quite well in that sport.
Well, the sport proliferated.
Yeah.
It went countrywide. And other people...
wakapata nafasi.
Yes.
Sasa wana shine.
In those days, rugby was around here.
Yes.
Nairobi.
Tulikuwa tunapimana, ilikuwanga Nairobi School, kulikuwanga na Lenana School.
Hilo hapo tu. Kuna Rift Valley Academy.
RVA.
Kuna hapa Hill.
St. Mary's.
Mzunguko ilikuwa na hapa.
Naam.
There was Nairobi, Nakuru High School, which was a national school. Wao walikuwa kicheza rugby.
Naam.
But zaidi hapo baba.
Kidogo inakuwa tricky.
No.
Tulikuwanga pia wanoma drama. Drama festival na music festivals. Kwanza sisi wakati wangu kila mwaka tuliweza kufika nationals.
Unaona sasa?
It was an awesome time for me.
Let me tell you what is of interest now.
Yes.
If you look at other schools that exist, say within Nairobi, okay? Tuanze na Highway Secondary School too. Kwenda Fafa Jericho. Waje tukiendeleaga. Kwenda Aquinas.
Naam.
Do you know all these schools were equally good? They were not boarding.
Actually, Aquinas was very good in music festivals.
They were also very good in basketball.
And yes, and drama festivals because they used to do narratives very well, poems, and they used to do, they had these amazing dances. Tulisoma pia wakati the same time tulikuwanga na akina Bien, Sauti Sol. Actually, the entire group, yes. Bien, akina Savara, ujama mwingine mfupi, Chimano.
You know that group, I only know Bien because of you.
Yes. Oh, you know Bien only?
Well, I know the name.
Yeah.
If I met him, I wouldn't know this is Bien.
Yes. When they were in, because also in their drama club at Upper Hill High School, walikuanga kwa drama na pia walikuanga kwa music festival. So we'd meet, with them all the time.
See, my point is, these schools, if you go across the divide and even you go to the periphery,
yes,
you go to Thika, you go to Kiambu, you go to Machakos, these schools produce fantastic students.
Yeah.
There was a certain element of uniformity.
Yes.
Utasoma.
Kuna vile.
Hii labda watu wanakulaga sausage 3 times a week. Lakini kusoma.
Utasoma. Nairobi School kwa tunakula vizuri sana. Ndawakumbusha nikikumbuka hiyo menu vizuri sana, but we had githeri, we had ugali, we had a lot of meat, we had rice and beans, rice and dengu. Rice and dengu used to call it heartburn, because it would give you a serious heartburn an hour or two after you've eaten it. So you'd be in class and you'd see everyone at lunchtime like na tuko tunapatiwa antacid. Ile kitu ilikuwa inatumaliza.
Utakunya tu maji.
But nonetheless, like you said, I appreciate my parents every single day because isingalikuwa ni wao. Can I tell you what is significant about today?
Tell me what is significant about today.
Yes. In 1945, what is called the Yalta Conference, Franklin D. Roosevelt, Winston Churchill, and Joseph Stalin met to discuss the post-war reorganization of Europe. Franklin D. Roosevelt, I understand the American presidents can only do 2 terms, yeah?
Wow, walielewa kitu kitambo.
But now I understand Franklin Roosevelt did 4 terms.
Because the war.
Yeah. 4 terms, which was actually a very unique thing for...
They needed continuity during the war.
Yes.
Mbe wa kubadilisha unaleta jamaa mwingine. Hapana sijui kichwa yake inatembeaga ikienda wapi no.
So Franklin D. Roosevelt, Winston Churchill and Joseph Stalin met to discuss the power reorganization of Europe. Of course, Franklin D. of US, Winston C. of United Kingdom, and Joseph Stalin of Russia met to discuss the post-war reorganization of Europe.
Do you know what is really interesting when you think about it? You have this entire planet. You've had a war, predominantly European war.
Yes.
Because a good portion of Russia is in Europe, really.
Yes.
Then what do? These 3 fellows want to decide for us.
Yeah. I know it's interesting, eh? It's crazy. It's cray-cray.
No, but it's still, you see, I'm laughing because there's a place called Davos where they meet there is no war to speak of except an economic war among these so-called superpowers. But they're still doing the same thing. That's why I'm laughing.
Yeah.
There's a meeting
decades later.
Yeah. Bro, ni karibu ka century.
And they have all these different kinds of meetings. G7, G8, G20.
G2, Uganda. Okay, all these things. And they're deciding for you how you're going to go about your life.
So, how you're going to go about your business.
Yeah, they decide for you. So it doesn't stop really.
But it's interesting how those G countries, whether it's G2 or G20, and of course looking at the intermediate ones, the G7 and the G8 countries, those guys literally decide the economy of the globe.
Those guys literally decide.
They decide how your grandmother in Shamahoho is going to sell her mahindi.
Essentially, that is really it, really.
Yeah. They decided the price at which her mahindi will sell. And yet those guys are, miles across the ocean, man.
And they don't really want to know who your grandmother is.
No, man. Anyway, give us Methalia Leo.
Well, we are still in the Republic of Cabo Verde or Cape Verde. When the bag tears, the shoulder gets to rest.
When the what now?
Bag.
When the bag tears. Yes.
The shoulder gets to rest. Huwezi kuibebea mzigo. Okay?
Yes.
So, bega litapata nafasi ya kufanya nini?
Sababu ulikuwa umeweka kwa bega.
Ndio hivyo. Sasa uzito wote ulikuwa So, the moment it tears.
Watu wa Cape Verde.
Wana mambo sio?
Wana mambo hawa watu. Interesting proverbs.
I thought it was very interesting myself.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right, but it's a good one nonetheless. Depending on how you interpret it.
And you're here. You know.
Also significant today, by the way, before you forget, in 2004, Facebook was launched.
Facebook.
Do you know Facebook is older than some people we work with?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Facebook is older than some people, CT, you work with.
Why don't we just go down the line and talk about Google as well?
Yes, Google is much older, of course. But Facebook, that thing that we keep on sharing information with, that thing that we keep on sometimes not even looking at, but it somehow, helps us connect. There's some people actually who have been born courtesy of Facebook.
Let me ask you
Their parents met on Facebook.
When somebody seeks to be your friend, what does it mean?
When someone seeks to be your friend on Facebook?
Yes.
See, they just want to connect with you. It's a social media space. They want to see what you're up to, your photos, probably the kind of things you post. You might entertain them. That is what they're looking for as far as friendship on social media is concerned. But also nowadays, social media has become a business platform. People sell their things there. Actually, on Facebook, people sell clothes, shoes, cars. I know people actually who sell cars on Facebook, including one famous Cairo. Caliph Cairo. So for some people, it's a proper business. I know of ladies who actually sell shoes and clothes on social media, and that is their shop. You just see the product on their social media, you call them, they deliver for you, you pay them, and it's huyo mtu atajifungua duka. Akona hizo nguo kwa nyumba yake kwa store. So ni kumpigia tu simu kumwambia unataka hii kitu na anakuletea. Cars as well. Get onto Facebook. There are marketplaces on Facebook, by the way. You can buy anything from phones to cars to the clothes you wear to houses. Like, it's now become a marketplace. Initially, it started off as a place to socialize. And actually, the people who opened it the first time was a social media space for people. I think it was in Harvard University or something, where students would just commune there. But ikafika mahali ka grow out of where it is right now.
The good thing about these things, they all have a story.
Yeah.
And then there's the story, and then there's the story inside the story.
Ndio hiyo sasa. Hapo. All right. Tuingie katika hii kitu inaitwa
unajua mahali Yalta iko?
Yalta? Hapana, Yalta iko wapi?
Black Sea, hiyo peninsula. Yalta is actually recognized as being part of Ukraine.
This is where kina nani met, kina Franklin.
Yes, ni upande za Russia huko. Yes, so I'd mention it.
Yeah.
Because tunajua Malta.
Yes.
Lakini hii si Malta.
Yalta.
Hii ni Yalta.
Interesting fact. Asante sana. IEBC confirms Marjan Hussein Marjan departure as CEO by mutual agreement. So he resigned yesterday.
Did he also mutually agree, or did other people agree on his behalf? Like those who were at the Yalta conference.
They had their own Yalta at that Anniversary Towers, where they also host hii kampuni ya kutupatia pesa inaitwa Helb. So The IEBC has confirmed that Marjan Hussein Marjan has stepped down from his role as Chief Executive Officer and Commission Secretary following a mutual agreement with the Commission. The decision comes as the electoral body begins the process of finding a new head to lead the Secretariat. Marjan was to leave the Secretariat anyway next year in March, so he has left a year early than expected.
There's nothing mutual about that departure.
Of course, akina Kalonzo walienda huko sometime last week. Now, part of their irreducible minimums was that Marjan had to go.
Irreducible minimums for what?
When they met the IEBC, of course, there's some demands they gave them, and they were like, for us to feel like this is an outfit that we can trust in the next elections. And of course, I'm paraphrasing because I wasn't in the meeting. For us to feel like this is an outfit, perhaps that seems to be doing good for Kenyans, we expect that some of the things, reforms perhaps, is that your CEO has gotta go.
Yeah, what has he done?
Who, Marjan? I don't know. Maybe tuulize watu wa opposition watuambie kwa nini walidemand huyu jamaa
everybody else they feel the CEO ndio mtu ambaye anafaa toke.
Yeah. So he has been in this position since March 2022. This was just before the last general election. But this commission has seen several CEOs that left under, well, I wouldn't say under unclear circumstances, but wamekuwa tuna issues. Our CEOs tumekuwa na Ezra Chiloba, tulikuanga na Isaac Hassan, tulikuanga pia na undugu yetu tumekuwa tukiminterview hapa mara kadhaa. Nikumbushe jina lake tafadhali. The Major
is called
Oswago. Hiki kiti karibu ni kiti hichi, but hiki kiti kidogo kinakuanga komsa. Yeah, I don't think there's any commission CEO who can say they were happy when they were there and they left happily ever after. At least for Ezra Chiloba, he went on to CAK. Oswago retired. Has he gotten any other position in government? No. Isaac Hassan is probably going. Has he already been appointed by to the Court of Appeal? Okay, so he's a justice now.
That thing really traumatized that man.
What, IEBC?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And you remember him, he started when it was called IEBC. Independent. It was Interim Independent Electoral Commission. It traumatized him,
very much.
Yeah.
It comes out in his book.
Yeah. Aye. Sawa. That is as far as IEBC is concerned. And we wish, of course, Marjan all the best in his future endeavors. Kindiki elected UDA. Oh, this is Kindiki saying elected UDA leaders not required to register as aspirants. Okay.
You're probably wondering what
does this mean?
Do you remember a while ago I mentioned to you how UDA had done something that other people have actually not done? What they went and did is they opened up a what?
A WhatsApp group?
Yes.
Okay, what did they open?
Where was they?
Umesema they opened a what? So I was just finishing WhatsApp group.
Yeah, you're not actually wrong in that sense.
Yeah. I'm sure they opened a WhatsApp group, but what exactly did you mean?
They opened up a portal. Then they allowed watu wao.
Yes.
Watu ambao wanashiriki na wao. Watu ambao wanajiona wao ndio wako na ninio. The understanding was that those who wish to vie for whatever seat would be allowed to do so. Yeah. Okay, I remember we discussed the other day, and I was telling you, these certain positions, watu ambao wameregister ABCD. It is that they are speaking of, and they're saying, okay, sasa watu ambao wako na nini wasiwe na wasiwasi.
So this is to the sitting leaders, already elected ones who are currently serving in parliament, in senate, in governor positions, women rep and all those. So if you're a sitting, if you're an incumbent, you do not need to register to defend your seat.
Yes.
You're automatically on the ballot.
Yes. And do you know the data for the applications that were offered for electoral seats was oversubscribed by 650%.
650%?
Oversubscribed. And you know how much money they raised from just people registering?
Let me guess. 1 billion.
No. The amounts were small. 2,000, 5,000 highest. 31 million.
31 million. That's what they have raised so
far.
from the registrations.
That's all, 2,000, 5,000. Hiyo.
Mi naona nifungue chama.
Let me tell you. If you have an oversubscription in a party, so you ask yourself, are other parties going to emulate this move?
Yeah.
And if they do, what will their numbers be like? Because what is certain, when you have an oversubscription in each and every offering, MCA, MP, governor, Senate, everything, it tells you that there are very many people who are interested in standing on that ticket.
Yes.
There are those who could argue that they're going to hedge their bet. But if you go to that particular platform, the first question they ask you is, are you a member of UDA?
Just imagine sitting me nifungue chama, eh?
No, I like the imagination. Continue.
To imagine nimefungua chama. Now, on Instagram, I have roughly 20,000 followers. Now, let me just take 1,000 of those ones to aspire for a seat somewhere. And then I just charge, 2,000. So out of 1,000, out of 20,000, 1,000 aspire. And then I charge 2,000 each. That's already 2 million, my brother. Yeah? And that's just on Instagram alone. Facebook, X account, I have about 8,000 followers. 500 of those ones wasema wanataka kiti. Alafu pia hao ni wa charge 1,000 each. Okay? That's
bro, 500 is good. Charge 500.
Mbona nisiwa charge 1,000?
Stop.
Bro, mtu hawezi kosa thao.
Stop getting greedy. Charge them 500. More people will be able to apply.
But hiyo ni 250,000.
Chief.
Nasema tu roughly 500 of them.
I'm trying to explain to you itashika. So mazicha mambuvi pale. 500.
Ushapata ticket hapa hivi.
Kuna vile. Yes, ushaingia kwa niyo.
Basi in that case I'll increase the number to 2,000.
Ndio hivyo basi.
So 2,000 with 500.
Yes.
Hapo niko na 1 million people.
Sio ni mzuri.
Tayari.
Shilling 1 million.
1 million sorry shillings. Ongeza kwa ile 2 million nyingine. Hiyo already ni 3M.
Sio ni mzuri.
Alafu Facebook niko na roughly 40,000.
Right.
40,000. Ni watu wengi. Sasa 40,000 pale tuchukue aspirants 5,000.
Very good.
Kila moja pia 1,000.
Bro, I keep telling you, charge 500.
Chama ni yangu ama ni yako? So I have
mimi ni advisor, mimi si advisor.
Utakuwa deputy party leader. So 5,000 people, 1,000. That's 5 million. 5 plus the initial 3 million, I have 8M. Bro, si nimeomoka?
Hujaomoka because KRA watakuja.
KRA watakanga pesa hapo hivyo. Hiyo wanachukanga what? Withholding tax?
Mimi sijui lakini they'll find a way of
taxing me.
They'll find a name for that tax, but you'll be taxed. Do you know of the 1,881 elective seats available? Those who have subscribed are 12,235. That's why I told you 650%.
Wow.
Now do you understand why betting makes so much money?
Aje tuangalie nani mwingine. Sifuna says no one can remove me from ODM. ODM ODM Secretary Edwin Sifuna has reaffirmed that his membership and leadership role in the party are secure, insisting that no one can remove him without following the party's established rules. Now, in a Tuesday interview yesterday, Sifuna said attempts to challenge his position outside formal procedures are invalid, and he emphasized that ODM's constitution clearly sets out how leadership changes should happen, including through a national delegates conference if necessary. Mbona watu wataki kufanya hii NDC yao?
Gani?
ODM. Ama watafanya tu ni venye maybe wakati wa NDC hujafika.
I couldn't care less. Whether it's ODM, whether it is Wiper, whether it's DP, whether it's Chama cha Mapinduzi, Chama cha Mageuzi, People's Liberation Party.
Yes.
When they do it, so we will know.
We shall know.
Yes, and if they don't do it, so we will know. Ebas.
Azimio shake up. Kalonzo becomes party leader and Junet has been kicked out of Azimio. So yesterday kulikuanga na mkutano wakafanya, President Uhuru alikuanga pale, the fourth president, na mabadiliko yakafanyika pale, na sasa Mheshimiwa Kalonzo ndiye mkuu wa muungano wa Azimio.
Sini sawa?
I mean, whatever, man, like I said.
It's appropriate.
Acha tuone watafanya nini beyond that. More stories, guys, you can get on our website, that is radiogeneration.co.ke, including this one about the JSC, which has started interviews to appoint 20 high court judges.
To apply?
You apply? But see, High Court, I think lazima kuwe na law degree to be a judge rather.
Oh, you do?
I don't have a law degree.
Hata mimi sina. So hiyo si zile mwananchi tu anaweza kuapply.
Hii si ile unaweza hata ukakuwa na uncle ama auntie kwa JSC.
Siwezi.
Hata wakataka kukusaidia.
Don't worry.
If you know Isaac Ruto and you go and tell him atakwambia
not tusife moyo.
Ningetaka kukusaidia lakini sasa wewe unaona hata utasomea hii mambo bwana.
What we do?
Yes.
We just keep reading this kutakuwa na kazi tunaanza kuapply.
Si ndio? You never know. Hii utaenda uambiwe atakwambia mafendi hata sasa kusaidiaje. Hii sasa labda ukwe sasa secretary huku sababu ni noma my friend. Yes, there's another one here. Government launches multi-agency operation to flush out bandits in Isiolo, and Ruth Odinga demands accountability as 10-point agenda review approaches. They were supposed to be reviewing this after every 3 months, yeah? Yeah. So we need some sort of report as Kenyans. Watuambie wamefikia wapi kwa haya mambo. It's time for us to check out the traffic updates. Are you stuck anywhere? Let's find out, eh?
Traffic.
Adams Arcade, that is along Gong Road, looking good, but there are a few stretches of traffic. For example, Pale Ring Road, Kilimani, where it meets Gong Road, there's a little bit of traffic there. Kilimani Road as well, where it meets Gong Road, a little bit of traffic as well, but everything else is moving quite well. Gong Forest Road, mko sawa kabisa. Southlands Estate kule katika hii barabara ya kuelekea bypass, around that Kibera area, is looking good. What's the name of this road though? It has never been named. It's called Kungu Karumba Road. Is that so? Okay. Yes. So it's looking very clean.
You know Kungu Karumba was?
Kungu Karumba? He sounds like a very someone I read in history or something.
Freedom fighter.
He's a freedom fighter. Good stuff. I need to refresh myself on these matters. Southern Bypass P inakaa iko sawa sawa. You guys are moving quite well. Langata Road hakuna complaint yoyote whatsoever. Alafu kuna ini barabara gani? Mombasa Road. Looking very clean actually. I'm looking at Next Gen Road, narudi nyuma all the way to Mlolongo. Bana mwasonga vizuri sana. Hata kawaida mali kuna kuanga na traffic pale Maradaima, leo kuko kuswafe. And then kuna hii bypass inajulikana kama Eastern Bypass. Hiyo barabara iko safi sana. Kuna ka traffic kidogo lakini pale Embakasi Garissa hapo mahali hiyo barabara inakuja kupatana na Airport North Road. Hapo tu kidogo ndio kuna ka traffic lakini zaidi ya hapo you guys are moving quite well. So today Nairobi actually looks clean as opposed to other days, Garissa habana shida yoyote. Naangalia Garissa, there's only one lane actually and it's very very clean at this particular hour. Moving down south to Mombasa. Mombasa, what is happening here? Let me see. Nyali area, I'm looking at all the roads. They're looking quite green, so that means that you guys are moving problem free. There's a little bit of traffic pale Kongowea Market. I wonder why. Is it because everyone is getting into the market perhaps? So that is Nyali Road. Nyali Road yote iko swafi until ufike hapo Kongowea. Alafu Sheikh Abdullah, hiyo barabara iko sawa kabisa, no complaints whatsoever. Tomboya Road kuna ka traffic tu pale Technical University of Mombasa, but zaidi ya hapo mnasonga vizuri. Coinage Road pia haina shida yoyote. Kuna Luha Wadar Street, hiyo pia inakaa iko sawa sawa. Kuna ka traffic however pale hii barabara inajulikana kama Mwembe Tayari Road, and there's a confluence there. That road is not named, but it has traffic on both sides of the road.
That place is always very busy.
Yeah, mali naona kuna Imani Coaches, Mash East Africa, it's Modern always, Coast.
That place is always very busy. Very busy. And it starts early.
On the other side I can see Lamu Fashion Agrovet. The road doesn't have a name, but it's red.
It does have a name,
maroon.
But I do not know the name.
Okay.
But it has a name.
Yeah, I'm sure watu wa Mombasa wanaelewa nikiwaambia hapo mali kuna traffic. Sasa basi. Wanaelewa kabisa, wanashikanisha sasa, sivyo? Ukiona chochote barabarani na unaona tunafaa kujua, basi longa nasi katika tovuti zetu na mitandao yetu yote ya mazungumzo.
Traffic on Radio Generation.
Katika magazeti nitaanza hapa na gazeti la Standard. Wanasema pale mbele, Uhuru revives Azimio In a dramatic meeting, former President Uhuru Kenyatta jolted the Azimio coalition with sweeping leadership changes, sidelining Minority Leader Junet Mohamed and elevating Wiper Leader Kalonzo Musyoka. The move signals a re-energized coalition tightening ranks ahead of next year's elections. Observers say the shake-up marks Uhuru's return to frontline politics, laying the groundwork for a high-stakes showdown with President William Ruto. President Kenyatta is what? He's the chairman of Azimio. What is he?
Who?
Uhuru Kenyatta.
Party leader.
Party leader. But sasa Sidi Kalonzo ndio amekuwa party leader nini?
He's party leader of Jubilee.
No, but as far as the Azimio coalition is concerned, he's the chairman, right?
Yes.
Okay.
This guy's the CEO now. What's Kalonzo?
No, we're talking about... So Kalonzo has been...
What was Junet's position?
Let me just read this again because ni kama nimeuma ulimi kidogo. Now, in a dramatic meeting, former President Uhuru Kenyatta jolted the Azimio coalition with sweeping leadership changes, sidelining Minority Leader Junet Mohamed and elevating Wiper Leader Kalonzo Musyoka. Now, the move signals a re-energized coalition tightening ranks ahead of next year's election. Now, observers say the shake-up marks Uhuru's return to frontline politics, but he never left, actually. He's been there for quite a while. Yeah? But yeah, so
what is it that you do that then cements the idea that you've left politics? What do you need to do?
Like you just kaa kando kabisa tulia. Like how Kibaki did it.
Start with Moi, please.
Okay, how Moi did it. Moi alirudi Shago na akatulia.
It come to town from time to time, but
and then of course leaders would go and see him, but that was it. We never saw him making any speeches. During Christmas he would pass a message or two. During things like Jamuhuri and whatever, he would say a word or two, but that was that. And it usually came much later after the president has, or rather like his was subtle. It wasn't
in your face.
It wasn't. It's not like he was competing with whatever. But I feel, and I'm not saying it's a bad thing, but I feel like Uhuru has not retired. He has just retired as a president. But as far as politics is concerned, he is there daily.
Let me ask you this simple question. Do you think that our constitution prohibits a former president from participating in politics?
Actually, it shouldn't even prohibit. Why? Why should it prohibit?
It is his right. There are gentlemen agreements that people have that you will not do this, but and there are utterances that people think constitute the law. Remember, we've had utterances from these hawks within political parties. If you're involved in politics, we will not pay your... If you're involved in politics... My friend, the two have absolutely no relationship whatsoever. Retirement, in those terms, is you're no longer in that position that you are in.
Yes.
But then you become an ordinary citizen. Every citizen of this country is allowed to get involved in politics. Every!
I agree with you, Citi. And for example, what President Uhuru did after he retired, aliona shida kwa Jubilee Party na akaingilia because he wasn't about to allow what he had built so much, perhaps with a lot of resources, to just go down the drain. Yeah. So, true story.
Yeah.
Good for him. That is what is on the front page of the Standard newspaper. Alafu Citi anapenda kusoma the Star, but leo nitaisoma.
Soma bro, niko na yangu.
Ethekon kicks Marjan out of IEBC in major shake-up. Okay.
Who is Ethekon?
Ethekon is the chairman of IEBC.
This chairmanship of IEBC, it appears to be executive.
It appears to be very powerful.
That's executive.
Yes. Yes. I was trying to use a different word from you, but yes. So I'm being told here by Tanya Wanjiku that Uhuru is chair of the Azimio and Raila was the party leader. So now Kalonzo replaces Raila. So Uhuru is chair, Kalonzo is party leader, replacing former Prime Minister. Ex-KDF pilot among Kenyans recruited by Russia in Ukraine war. Ex-KDF pilot among Kenyans recruited by Russia in Ukraine war. So that one, you can get more of this inside the Star. Disabled women still locked out of sexual health care. What? This story is on page 2.
Yes, it is on page 2.
Yeah. Blood clot in lung killed assault of Umoja gym trainer. I was telling you about this story before we came to the studio in the morning. So, long story short, this you'll find it on page 3, but long story short, there's this gym instructor mwenye alikuwa anafanya kwa gym fulani kule Umoja, na kuna mwanamke, it is alleged that alikuanga na uhusiano na huyu mwanamke, lakini huyu mwanamke alikuanga bibi ya jamaa ambaye ana serve katika Kenya Defence Forces.
Wololo.
Na huyu jamaa akiwa Kenya Defence Forces, akiwa kule akifanya kazi yake kwa I think ni misitu za Afmado kule Somalia, ni kama alisikia kwamba bibi yake huku Nairobi umoja anafanya mambo ambayo hawako wamesikizana. So akakuja siku moja unannounced, na akapata kwa kweli yule jamaa anafanya ile kitu ambaye amekuwa akiambiwa. Zile rumors kumbe zilikuwa ni ukweli. This KDF guy came hard on this guy like thunder, from what I understand. And now it is said from the post-mortem that it is a blood clot in the lung of this gym instructor or gym trainer that eventually took his life. So acheni niwaambie kitu kimoja, ndugu zangu na dada zangu. Ukipata mpenzi wako anafanya mambo ambayo mko mmesikizana, the best course of action is walk away. That one is the best, no matter how painful it is, no matter how wronged you feel. Walking away is the best course of action. Siti, waweza tusomea gazeti lingine moja?
You mention because you brought it up
on this assault thing.
No. That one you've concluded quite nicely.
Oh, thank you.
It was on the matter of the NDC. Remember earlier on in the hour you talked about NDC. On page 6 of the Star, Oburu team bypasses NDC to install new ODM party leadership lineup.
Come again, please.
Thank you. ODM team bypasses NDC to install new ODM party leadership lineup. The party has officially asked the registrar to effect the changes. Let me just read a line. ODM has quietly moved to install new top officials, including Oburu Odinga, as the substantive boss, bypassing the mandatory ratification of its National Delegates Conference. Remember I told you if you wait, it will come out on its own. So, you story NDC. Keep waiting.
Tutajua tujui. As you get the next paper, we have just been informed here. Kuna mtu amesema morning Chef City and Movie. Are you a Chef City?
No, I'm not.
Okay. Morning Chef City and Movie. Something is happening around Status Girls field. Inform people traffic around the area. I'm assuming this person is telling us that there will be a lot of traffic.
What has happened.
What is happening?
All these people who applied, the many that I mentioned to you, they have been called to State House.
Applied for?
Okay. Unakumbuka?
Nyota Fund.
Patience, brother.
UDA.
Okay. Thank you so much. Remember there was this platform that was sorted out.
Yes.
There are people who indicated an interest in vying for certain seats in the country, blah, 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 blah.
For UDA, in the different...
UDA.
Okay.
They were called for a meeting this morning. Okay?
Yes.
And they're arriving at 6:30. Umesikia?
Yes.
And the you don't go through that door, the gate that you see at the front. There's this road that bypasses State House Girls. That's the entry point.
Yes.
So cars park alongside there. They park on the walkways. They park all the way to Nairobi Primary and Mamlaka Church. They will park. And there'll be huge tents there. That's where they're going to meet.
Right.
Yes, hour.
So Edna actually says that they were stranded along that route and they had to change the route. This is at around 5 a.m. when they're trying to make their way to work.
People were allowed to start going there in those wee hours.
Okay. So if you're listening and you're planning to use that route, kindly plan accordingly, because hapo imesemekana hakupitiki. Over to you, City.
Right. Let's look at the Business Daily.
Yes.
Self-belief, this is the intelligence column, and performance have a reciprocal circular relationship. Investments into learning leads to higher competence. Thank you very much. This is a quote by someone by the name of Nderitu Mureithi. You've come across him, haven't you?
Yes, indeed. Honorable Nderitu Mureithi.
Yes, very
former
much.
governor and currently KRA chairman.
Huyo.
Okay. Yes.
Court backs KRA's push to tax unexplained bank deposits. Okay? Huyo ukishikilia hiyo. Uganda, Tanzania profit from Kenya's sugar plant closures. Msikia hiyo? Right. Cooling inflation boosts Safaricom Ethiopia unit. Okay. So. Developers pause new projects for 2026. We are referring here to real estate investors. Now, bang in the middle of the paper. how pay slips will change in Mbadi's tax cut plans. Low-income earners set for relief ahead of 2027 polls. Read it as you see fit. Treasury is preparing amendments to tax laws. Again, read it as and interpret it as you see fit. But let me give you a little meat so that you can consume this well. So far, salaried workers earning below 50,000 shillings monthly are set to enjoy income tax cuts between 731 and 2,125 under proposed changes to the taxation brackets aimed at boosting disposable income to low-income workers. Right. Makes perfect sense.
All right.
Okay?
Yes.
Daily Nation, I think you've looked at it, haven't you?
No, I haven't actually.
Well, then, there's a gentleman called Marjan who's at the head of it. Revolving door. 2 previous chief executives of the Electoral Commission were also fired. How IEBC boss fate was sealed. That's the headline, but I'm not going to go into that right now. I'm going to look first at developers make millions from cheated home buyers. There's a list of names of individuals. I'll spare them the ignominy of mentioning them, but they are there. The pictures are there in the Daily Nation.
Yes.
Hundreds of Kenyans, particularly those living abroad, are paying millions of shillings to real estate developers, hoping to secure their dream homes to grow investments, only to end up with empty thickets and protracted legal battles, meaning they are being scammed. Okay? And the pictures here, I suspect that they are trying to imply that the fellows whose pictures appear here are among those fellows. I am not going to read their names. I am going to leave it for those who buy the Nation to actually come across their names. The day CBK rained on Valentine Lovers Parade, Florists.
Florists.
Yes. While cashing in on money bouquets until the central bank. Florists were cashing in on money bouquets until the central bank ruined their parade. CBK has warned twisting the notes is an offense that risks jail. What?
Jail time.
So maana wale watu tunakunjaga tushilingi tunotu kutengeneza bouquet ya maua. Have you come across this?
I'm trying to understand what the problem is really with that, because it's not like they have defaced the, what is it called?
Yes.
They have defaced the money itself. They've hawajaichoma. It's actually it's been used as a gesture to show affection, and that money is actually going to be used by the person that you gift it to. So sijaelewa, siji shida iko wapi.
I also don't understand it, but this idea of a notes bouquet, it originated in East and Southeast Asia.
Okay.
Mostly used in Thailand and Malaysia.
Yes.
Notes folded into petals. Bank provides the freshest notes. Customers confirm amounts. Florists and a commission. Regulation. Central Bank warns that the adhesive pins and folding damages notes and interfere with ATMs and cash counting machines. Legal risk. Penal Code 1966, defacing currency can lead to up to 3 months imprisonment and a fine of 2,000 or both. It is never defaced. Who in their right mind would tear up money or deface money? Thank you so much. And they're gifting it to someone they actually care about. Hallelujah. Impact. CBK notice has left florists and suppliers uncertain, especially ahead of Valentine's Day. They were just issuing a cautionary note, brother. Okay. So ukipin in it, don't, it might cause a problem. Or do they actually, because I've never seen that money bouquet, do they actually pin through the money? Yeah, I've seen. Oh, that's how it's actually done. No. Do they, like when I dunga? Unatumia adhesive, huh? Okay. But the adhesive you use, masking tape, haishiki, haipasui, but it holds together. You don't really damage it. Because I thought that whole folding of the money is origami. They don't fold it, they just twist it. Exactly. That's it. I thought it was origami, that art of folding papers. So they fold it in a way that just, it holds on to this bouquet. Actually, Paul, they don't fold it. They twist it. That's how they do it. Okay, so they twist it, right? Yes, that cannot possibly deface the note, even if you wanted to. Yes. So Ignatius Openje amesema, long live CBK. This Valentine's, it's either a natural flower or the leaves. Bwana, we have been saved from unnecessary pressure. Urule jamaa alishindwa kutuma 3,000 urgently. Uyo. Anasema, we have been saved.
Bro, acha nikwambie, Valentine's is not for everyone. Okay, it is for everyone, but Valentine's is for the people who have got money. Wewe yako upenje inaitwa Valentine.
It is not money. Please be kind to our friend.
Yes.
Tell him Valentine is for the brave.
Yes, it is for the brave.
Yes.
Yake sisi tutaenda Valentines. Yeye ataenda Valentine. Waenda wakakule managu, wakakule hii kitu kingine inaitwa mrenda. Valentines yake yeye aende tu akangangana na ile anaweza. Akina Scholastica au akina Abscondita au atakangi mambo mingi. Ukishampeleka tu pale kwa mama mboka.
Do not be fooled for a single second. Don't.
Yeah. Or you're now advising Openje.
Don't.
Yes.
Valentine.
Yes.
Chief, it started. My hands are demonstrating how it started. Now, my hands are still demonstrating how it... Chief,
yes,
everybody knows Valentine. Even in kids in primary school and kindergarten know Valentine.
Yes.
There's no escaping this.
Mimi niliambia watu, today is what? 4th of February. You have 10 days. Tafuta pesa.
Or fall sick. Start now.
I think kutafuta pesa is a better option.
I personally am not a good advisor on this subject.
Right.
Yes.
No, you see, when you fall sick, you also miss out on enjoying Valentine. So tafuta pesa so that you can actually enjoy being with the person that you care about.
See, I actually like flowers.
Yeah.
So the issue of giving flowers doesn't bother me.
Okay.
I like flowers.
All right.
All right.
Mimi na kitu naweza ambia kina Openje, tafuta pesa kutoka leo. Hata kama after Openje, after your shift, enda kwa mjengo. But acha nimwongele pale kwa kamera. So after the shift today, enda kwa mjengo, uwekelea mawe, koroga simiti, make sure that you get that 500 bob today. So if you get 500 bob today, and by Valentine's you'll have 5,000. So my brother, you might not buy the flowers of 10,000, but you can afford maybe a flower of about 60 shillings. Zinakwanga, like I think a single flower is about 60 bob. You can afford like 10 of them, shikanisha into a bouquet. Then the remaining 4,000 and some coins, peleke lunch. Si ameelewa?
Ameelewa vizuri sana.
Sikufanya hivyo shida yake. Naweza angalia Taifa Leo.
Tuendelee na kazi brother.
Wanasema Kalonzo achukua kiti cha Raila. Rais mstaafu Uhuru Kenyatta amechukua hatua za kurejesha udhibiti wake katika upinzani kwa kumteua Kalonzo Musyoka kuwa kiongozi mpya wa muungano wa Azimio la Umoja, Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Coalition, kujaza nafasi iliyokuwa ikishikiliwa na aliyekuwa waziri mkuu hayati Raila Odinga. Waweza angalia hapo katika ukurasa wa pili, utaweza kuelezewa zaidi kuhusu mabadiliko hayo. Wanasema pale katika amri serikali inunue mchele kwa lazima. Hivi ndivyo wanasema. Koti ya amuru serikali kununua mchele wote unaozalishwa nchini kutoka kwa wakulima kabla ya kuruhusiwa uigizaji kutoka nje bila kutoza ushuru. So no imports. The court has said before you import anything, nunua mchele wote ule tunaonanga pale Mwea, tunaonanga pale katika mashamba ya watu kabla mfanye importation. Tabidi mmenunua mchele wote. Alafu kuna kilio hospitali zikikataa bima ya SHA licha makato ya lazima. Wanaokatwa hospitali nyingi zinakatwa hadi za SHA. Wacha niseme tena. Hicho Kiswahili kidogo hata mimi mwenyewe nimekishuku. Licha ya makato ya lazima, wanaokatwa hospitali nyingi zinakataa kadi za SHA. Hospitali nyingi zinakataa kadi ya SHA. Ukifika pale wewe ni mgonjwa, wanakataa kukutibu. Ukienda pale na kadi ya SHA, ukienda na bima nyingine yote wanakusoti. Haya.
Sababu?
Sasa hiyo ni swali zuri sana. Swali zuri sana. Wanaikataa sababu gani? Hapo kuna malumbano kidogo na tunataka waziri wa afya Mheshimiwa Aden Duale aje hapa atueleze, ama tumpigie simu. Kuna namba yake? Tumpigie simu atueleze. Haya, tutajaribu kumpigia siku moja atueleze mambo haya. Swala lingine katika Taifa Leo, Ramadhan Kwaresma kuanza pamoja. Wakristo wataanza kipindi cha Kwaresma Jumatano, Waislamu wakianza Ramadhan siku hiyo hiyo. Ukurasa wa 5. Wacha nikuambie kitu. Unajua Kwaresma ni nini? Kwaresma ni Lent. Lent ni ule wakati kwa kizungu. Lent is that period people prepare for Easter. So the Lent period will start on the same day with Ramadan. Someone was actually saying at this rate Ramadan shall be celebrated in Christmas, one of these fine days.
Well, one of the things that most people do not know is that period of Lent, many Christians also fast.
Yes, actually they do. And in the Lent period, a lot of Christians will refrain or will fast in their own way. So they may refrain from certain foods such as meat.
They choose the things that they like and they refrain from those.
Some of them actually fast the entire day. They can even do like a fruit fast, or they go on a liquid fast and then pray for
the
specifics.
Fast is dangerous. Choose something else.
Last story before we exit this Taifa Leo. Nani tena ameguza hii?
Sino wewe tu.
Watu wanapenda kunichezea hapa. Lakini nilikuwa nataka kuongelea juu ya mchezo wa kandanda.
Lazima baba.
Jana usiku kuna watu ambao wanajulikana kama timu ya Arsenal walikuwa wanacheza na timu ya Chelsea.
Kuna watu ambao ni wafuasi wa timu. Hapa tu.
Hapa ofisini. So Chelsea yesterday met Arsenal at the Arsenal headquarters. I'm forgetting the name of the... Edna, Arsenal huko mali mnachezea kunaitwaje? Huko mali mnachezea kunaitwa? Emirates. Walipatana kwa hiyo field yao ya Emirates. And they
Emirates kiwanja mpira sio?
Yes. You know, every team has got their own field.
Na hiyo ni iko na jina.
So nini Arsenal, it's called Emirates. So they beat Chelsea 1-0. Yes. And Chelsea held them off for very long. Okay, they held each other off anyway because we expected both to score. But they finally scored in the 90 plus 7th minute. A gentleman called Havertz ndiye alitinga hilo bao la ushindi. So big shout out to Arsenal. Arsenal this season are on fire. They are on fire.
Are you suggesting that the other season the fire was dimmed?
Oh yes, it was. It was actually non-existent to some point.
Really?
There's a time Arsenal...
Were they facing relegation?
Not really. That would be unfair if I said it. But they were really losing properly to a lot of teams. Some even what we would consider weak teams.
Who is their coach?
Mikel Arteta. That's their current coach.
Kuna jamaa moja alikuwa pale sana. Kuna ndo Wenger alienda wapi?
Wenger alitoka it's been what, almost 10, perhaps even more than 10 years since Wenger left.
Alitoka?
He left a long time ago.
Okay.
They've had several
alitoka the same time
managers.
Jamaa alikuwa anaitwa Ferguson.
No. Ferguson ndiye alikuwa wa kwanza. Alafu Wenger akamfuata I think a year or two later.
So tuacha hapo. I have displayed my ignorance of...
Don't worry, even I didn't know some of these things until 2 or 3 years ago. But so Mikel Arteta yesterday did a fantastic job with his team. They beat Chelsea 1-0, but Chelsea also waliwashikilia. It's not like
Chelsea ndio ile team Abramovich alikuwa na own.
Ndio hiyo sasa. They didn't give them an easy time. It was actually a very good match. Several attempts on target for both teams. At one point, you almost saw this thing going to one team or the other. And then in the 7th minute, after 90 minutes, these guys did their thing. And of course, Chelsea emerged as the better team. They were playing the Carabao Cup. So it's called the EFL Cup. EFL Cup, it's called Carabao because the main sponsor is a beverage called Carabao. And tunawapigia makofi, tunasema waendelee hivyo. Arsenal this season, yani, if they do win the EP, because it seems like they might win the EPL, they might win the Champions English Premier League. Okay. They're doing well in the English Premier League. They're doing well in the Champions League, and then they're doing well in the EFL. So good.
EFL ndio
English Football League, something I think.
So
yeah. Hizo ndizo gazeti zina, even ndivyo magazeti yanasema leo.
FA Cup.
Kuna FA Cup.
Hiyo ni tofauti.
Hiyo ni tofauti.
Wana vikombe vingi hawa watu.
Sawa. Hiyo pia ni tofauti. Kuna FA Cup, kuna English Football League, kuna English Premier League, alasa kuna Champions League ambayo ni the entire continent of Europe that even Israel plays, as much as it is not necessarily on the continent.
Wako huko, so wewe tuendelee na story.
Sawa. Nani amesema, Openje amesema Nafula anapenda tu chai. So our brother Openje akona an easy time come on the 14th of February.
So he thinks. So he imagines ngoja.
Yeah. Before I knew the importance of these days, but then ilikuwa napuuza until one time I found myself
in a position where you had to arrive at a full understanding of the days, ndio
nikauliza, yani uko serious, yani siku inaisha tu hivyo? Hapo ndo nilikuja kurealize by the tunadhaningi ni washamba, si washamba pia, hao wanataka mapenzi. Au sio? Let me see.
Si mapenzi, thibitisho.
Wanataka thibitisho, idhibiti ya mapenzi. Salamu zimfikie John Mutua saying, morning my TV show movie, your suit is smart. Thank you so much. Just say hi to CT.
Hi.
Good morning to you. Alafu kuna Sizem, amesema morning fam. Na nimesema Sizem because I can't pronounce this name. Ni ZXXENN. So Shizen amesema morning fam. First Royals amesema trouble emotions have overtaken Nakuru, pushing even once respected leaders like Gunjiri and Arama to utter disturbing words against other communities. People are now declaring war before dawn. Okay. Yeah.
What are people like Gunjiri saying? Gunjiri is a fairly well modulated fellow. What is the
Uni first amesema hivyo.
Ndio, but he must be referring to something.
I hope we shall get clarity.
We'll look into it.
The real estate amesema NDO has kicked me out of hii nitakusomea tu, hii ni yako kando CT. Dr. Hosea Koech amesema good morning gentlemen, I am really enjoying the show. And then my take amesema Valentine's is a very recent thing in Kenya. Very people around 1995 had any idea that Valentine is all about, or what Valentine is all about. All right.
Here's the point. Until recently, we didn't actually celebrate it the way we do.
Yes.
But we are in the information age, and we catch on very quickly as Kenyans.
Yes.
Easy tunashikalia haraka quickly.
Last but not least, Boaz Waruku amesema I will celebrate Warukutine. Which is always done daily, enhanced every weekend. Smiles, samaki na sarakasi kidogo.
Sawa.
Sawa. We boss, just make sure if you have a significant other, they feel special. Otherwise, utajipata mashakani.
Radio generation, the sound is fine. Pump it up, turn it high all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Police are investigating the death of two men, James Maina and Daniel Nduhu, following allegations they were killed over suspected theft at Maize Farm in Kahawa West. Detectives have identified a senior administration police officer, a sergeant, and the farm owner as key suspects in the case. According to post-mortem reports, the two men died after sustaining injuries consistent with violent assault, raising serious concerns about the circumstances surrounding their deaths.
The pathologist confirmed that the two must have had undigested food that included whole maize and whole pilipilis, huge ones that were not even swallowed, indicating that most probably they were forced to swallow that. The fact that it had not been digested, it means that they were killed or they died soon after swallowing the maize and the pilipili.
The Judicial Service Commission is set to begin interviews today to fill 20 vacant positions at the High Court of Kenya, drawing candidates from a list of 100 individuals who were shortlisted for the role. The exercise is part of a broader effort to reinforce the judiciary and improve access to justice across the country. JSC said the interviews will involve candidates drawn from diverse legal backgrounds. Busia Governor Paul Otuoma on Tuesday recorded a statement with the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission as part of investigations into alleged 1.4 billion Kenya shillings procurement scandal in the county. The inquiry follows complaints raised by members of the public and concerns flagged by the Senate over persistent corruption within the Busia County government. EACC says the investigations focus on alleged loss of public funds through revenue diversion and questionable procurement processes involving county officials.
They wanted us to clarify, and they wanted us to clarify in terms of some issues that had arisen in Busia on issues of, trailer parks.
I wish to confirm that he was summoned to our office today at the Bungoma office, where he is appearing to record a statement. He is not being arrested, but he is being interrogated. He is being writing a statement.
ODM Secretary General Edwin Sifuna says the party is not funding the recent Linda Grounds rallies. Speaking on Citizen TV on Tuesday, Sifuna said the money being used for the rallies is not coming from ODM headquarters. He said that he can only account for funds that are officially approved by the party, adding that ODM coffers are not financing the high-profile events. Saif al-Islam Gaddafi, son of Libya's former leader Muammar Gaddafi, has reportedly been shot dead. The death of the 53-year-old, who was once widely seen as his father's heir apparent, was confirmed by the head of political team on Tuesday, according to Libyan news agency. His lawyer told AFP news agency a 4-man commando unit carried out an assassination at his home in the city of Zintan, though it was not clear who may have been behind the attack. Saif al-Islam was last seen as the most influential and feared figure in the country after his father, who ruled Libya from 1969 until being ousted and killed during an uprising in 2011. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you and welcome back. This is Radio Generation. It is 7 minutes past 7 o'clock. How are you doing? I hope wherever you are, you're doing quite well. In this hour, we are hosting the Deputy Governor of Wajir County, that is His Excellency Ahmed Mohamed Abdi. Mheshimiwa, help me pronounce this. Is it a nickname or is it, what is it?
Oh, Ato. Ato is slender in Somali.
Oh.
Athletic.
Yes.
In English.
It means athletic, yeah?
Or slender.
Yeah.
This is a name I acquired during my debate in politics in 2017 when I first contested for governor in Wajir County.
Yes.
So because the names are similar in North or Somalis generally, most of us have Abdis and Ahmeds. So we usually differentiate one from the other using nicknames.
Aha.
So that's why the governor is called Ahmed Jir, and I'm called Ahmed Ato.
Yeah.
So Ato here is a slender guy.
Yes. So this C is silent, eh?
C is Somali. A in Somali is written with C.
How do you pronounce it? Yes.
Ato.
Ato.
Aha. You see, it's not A.
It's not Ato. It's A.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, I'll probably take
Try
lessons.
that.
Ato. Yeah, you see, I'm getting there.
Slowly there.
Thank you so much. Welcome to Radio Generation. This is the second time we are hosting you. The first time, of course, we had several conversations around the development around Wajir County, and actually not just Wajir, but the North in general. But we hosted one of your MPs here, that is Honorable Ado, and one thing that he mentioned was electricity connectivity in the area. It's something that I had actually assumed it's happening everywhere, but he said that connectivity in the area is around, and he specifically mentioned his constituency is at around 2%. And for me, I found that to be a very, very low number. If I were to be asked, of course, I would probably say connectivity in that region was way higher, perhaps even above 20%. But 2 was quite a shocking figure. Yeah.
Okay, to answer that, and thanks for having me.
Yes.
And Kenyans usually we are faced with one major problem. Most Kenyans know their home village, home counties,
yes,
and Nairobi.
Right.
So the traveling levels for individuals, of individual Kenyans within the country is quite low.
Yeah.
That's why you may be shocked to hear those kind of statistics from the Honorable MP. For context, Wajir town itself, the headquarters of Wajir County, is still using old diesel generators to generate power for the town, the municipality, Wajir municipality. The uptake is about let me say, give and take, about 6 megawatts, 6 to 8 megawatts.
Yes.
But what it generates about 3 megawatts, which is even erratic. So rationing has to happen every day within the municipality, and that is the headquarters of the town. You can imagine with the far-flung corners.
Headquarters of the county.
Of the county. You can imagine of the far-flung corners of the county and where the Honorable MP speaks to.
Yes.
So that maybe that is the case. We still have very low uptake, very low uptake of power within the county.
Yeah.
And generally so for most ASAL counties in Kenya. The national government is trying quite hard and coming up with the last connectivity, electricity through solar panels and solar mini grids, but that is still few and far between because the settlements are quite many, and we are talking of about a county that is 10% Kenya for context purposes.
Yes,
10% of the country in one county in terms of geography.
Yes,
so that's quite vast. So it's true the connectivity is very low.
Yes,
quite low in the country, and a lot of plans have been in place, but nothing has materialized yet.
Yeah,
we hope before we leave office, before our term ends this term.
Yes,
at least we'll have more connectivities of solar mini grids in many settlements.
Yes,
through the national government, of course, and the national government will put measures in place as pledged by the president during his last visit to Wajir County, that Wajir town or Wajir municipality will have at least about, give and take, 8 to 10 megawatts of power on daily basis. That has. I was with the Minister for Energy yesterday.
Yes,
and he has promised that plans are at an advanced stage to ensure Wajir town, that's the Wajir municipality, receives such power installations and infrastructure.
Right.
Hopefully before in the shortest time possible. And when the government says that, usually you can determine the length it takes. But we hope that things will change quite tremendously in the days ahead.
Did he give you specific details as to what he meant by the promptitude that the government hopes that what has been lacking for the longest time will likely be provided? Did he say?
Timelines are quite difficult to give with government because of many factors, fiscal pressures, among others. But this is a pet project for the president himself. When he was there last, it's one of the things he promised, that he will expedite its execution. And we don't have specific timelines, but we anticipate in the shortest time possible that will be in place. That's for only Wajir municipality though, and that is not national grid or anything. It's just power generations through alternative methods. So when the Mheshimiwa comes here and talks of those low numbers,
yes, it
is the reality on the ground.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you said in your previous statement just now, there are plans in place, but they seem to be taking a little bit longer. What is the impediment? Is it resources in terms of money? Is it manpower? Is it that the actual equipment that is supposed to be installed isn't there? What is the delay?
Hey, my friend.
Yes.
Budgets are political in nature. Budgets are political in nature. Budget appropriation allocations are just political.
Yeah.
So allocations are political. And you must have the punching power for you to get the needful resources.
Okay.
That may have been lacking in the years past.
Okay.
But the northern counties are coming up fast and furious, not just in terms of numbers, but it's their presence at national debate and dialogue being felt. So that be the case.
Yes.
And allocations, as I said, are just for a political in nature. It's also about prioritization of national development budget allocations.
Yeah.
What you may see in terms of allocations in northern Kenya by the national government development budget,
right,
may pale in comparison to, say, other counties or other parts of the country. And it's largely because of politics and political punching bags.
All right. But like you've said, things have improved since your government took over in terms of just negotiating and ensuring that you speak with the current regime to ensure that this is being done, actualized rather.
Actualization it will be realized probably after the term ends. But I think to give credit to the current regime, there's a lot of focus. There's some focus to northern counties in terms of the economic mainstay, livestock, in terms of this road from Isiolo to Mandera, in terms of power. So we hope that in the next 15 months, some of these or most of these will be realized.
Okay.
If that happens, then it will be a game changer for the region.
Okay. Yeah. Honorable Rigathi Gachagua, DCP leader, had a few words to say about the region in general. And of course, leaders from the northern region came out and they felt like the words were quite unfair and the judgment was quite unfair. From your perspective, what do you think that there's an aspect of some of the things that he said that could have been, that he could have been right about, for instance, corruption?
Okay, corruption. What makes it specific to, say,
the region?
We were not born yesterday. This country, Kenya, has been there since 1964, 63. And some of these things have been there as long as we can remember.
Yes.
So what makes it new, and particularly and specific to the region, and of northern region? We are starting the season of politics.
Yes.
So you expect everything under the sun being said by politicians going forward in anticipation to win votes from different parts of the country. So, and who is Gachagua anyway to accuse anybody on corruption? He should be the last paragon of virtue in any part of the country. Yeah.
Okay. In terms of the drought that is currently being faced, and the Met Department did come out and say that we're going to have a significant dry spell going forward. That region isn't new to dry spells and the drought. What measures have, for example, Wajir taken to ensure that residents of that county can mitigate against some of these effects of drought?
I think some history to drought is necessary here, and the frequencies and intensity of droughts have been quite devastating. The frequency has been quite more rapid, and the intensity has been higher than realized decades ago. For context purposes, if I give some statistics, and if my mind serves me well, from 1964 to about 2016, Kenya realized about 15 droughts. 4 of them post 2000, between 2000 and 2016. That means the frequency has increased virtually between what initially used to be between 8 to 10 years to now about 3 to 4 years. And that is the case even for us here as a government. When we got into office in 2022, we came in while there was ravaging drought. Now we are experiencing another one. It's just a period of 3 years.
Yeah.
So the rainfall intensity, the frequency has tremendously reduced, and the frequency and intensity of droughts have also been increased tremendously. So this has a net effect on the replenishing effect of livestock.
Yes.
And it also decreases the value of our our key economic mainstay, which is livestock.
Right.
So the coping mechanisms, as used to be traditionally, may not be the case as of today because of the intensity and frequency of drought. So probably this has increased the level of our pastoral communities' seeking sedentary lives. So we have mushrooming of settlements coming up virtually every day, every other day. And we may not have pastoralism as we have it today, probably by 2050 or the next 2 decades or thereabout.
Yeah.
Because of the frequency and the vagaries of climate change and the intensity as well. So as a county government, we are trying to see what we can do under the circumstances to mitigate these disasters that have been part of us for the long haul.
Yeah.
We have increased the level of water security and infrastructure development for the last couple of years. If I take Wajir County, for example, we have about 400 boreholes now.
400
boreholes, probably
Yes.
the highest per capita in any county. We are doing about, just this month or next month, by next month, about 14 boreholes in terms of water infrastructure. So we have increased the number of boreholes so that we increase access to water for our people, both human and livestock. We also try to do livelihood diversifications and agricultural support so that we try to diversify income sources for our households. And there are some success stories in Wajir County, particularly in North, in Eldas, in a good number of the county.
Yes.
We have invested in some farms. We have a particular case in Eldas where a farmer, previously a pastoralist, who has moved to farming now, crop farming, who generates about 80,000 shillings a day.
80,000
shillings a day.
Okay.
And for someone who probably may not have realized that kind of money, and for the long haul.
Yes.
So unless this drought now affects him, which is in one way or another, it may affect him.
Yes.
These are some of the success stories now in Wajir County. People venturing. We are supporting as a county government, but there's only so much we can assist. We're also trying to attract private sector investments, particularly in our livestock sector, which is our economic mainstay. And a lot of these kind of feedlots are coming up, where people grow fodder for their livestock, and not just for their use, but also for resale to the public. So it is slow, but we are moving there.
Okay.
It's slow though.
These boreholes you mentioned, they are used for irrigation, watering, and domestic use.
Some are for irrigation generally, but we because of trying to increase access to water, we need to have as many boreholes as possible.
Yes.
In many parts of the county, but for both irrigation and human consumption.
Right. In terms of NGOs, first of all, do we have any operating in the area just to work against drought? And what are their roles, if indeed they are there?
NGOs usually come in at the tail end, especially when things go south.
Yes.
And things nosedive, like what we are seeing now. Usually, their support is much appreciated. They come up with programs like cash transfers to cushion households from the vagaries of drought and low income. Households getting low income.
Yes.
So that disposable incomes increase. They also assist with the short-term interventions like food and other sources of other measures.
Food.
Yes.
Yeah.
But equally as a county government and national government as well, we try to distribute food during such dry spells to mitigate these droughts. But these are short-term interventions. The county government, along with the national government, is trying. We may not be getting the needful investments to make our area and regions to have the needful, the right enabling environment for investments. And these are necessary. These are capital-intensive projects like roads, power, and ICT. These are functions largely within the confines of national government. And if the county government was to do, it is quite capital-intensive, considering the resources we have as county government. So this is why we are we are pushing for the national government to look into those three major issues.
Yeah.
The road networks, which largely falls within the trunk roads, that I mean,
Okay.
within the mandate of national government.
Mhm.
Then power. Without power, usually, productivity gets low. And anything to improve power connectivity within the region will come in handy and in making that region the one of the most, probably the best frontier for productivity and development.
Yeah.
And then ICT, everything to do with ICT, be it telecommunication or otherwise. So it is, as coming back to the NGOs are doing what ordinarily they do during such periods of drought.
Yes.
We engage as many partners as possible for short-term engagements like cash transfers, food distributions, and quick fixes here and there. But these are quick fixes. We need to, as a county government and national government,
Yes.
look more into long-term solutions and remedies to ensure that these recurrent droughts we have ways of mitigating and ensuring that the net effect of these droughts are significantly reduced.
Yes.
Because for sure, climate change is a reality, and the frequencies have increased, the intensity has also tremendously increased. So, but here, this is where, while the county government can do a lot, and it is doing a lot, and most of them are doing a lot, capital-intensive projects are largely within the confines of the national government. What I'm talking about are roads here,
Yes.
to increase mobility. Once you improve mobility of people, it also increases business ventures and investments. And then electricity to ensure productivity goes higher.
Yes.
And ICT infrastructure.
Right.
These are enablers that are quite lacking, may not necessarily be lacking, but at a minimal rudimentary stages within this region of northern Kenya. Yeah.
I had a conversation with a resident of, or rather a native of Mandera County. Perhaps you know him, Abdullahi Alas. One thing Alas told me is that there's so much potential in the northern region in terms of agriculture. And if that land was to be, if we were to have produce in that area, there are certain plants that would do really well. I really can't remember which ones he mentioned. Perhaps he mentioned things like pineapples, and he mentioned maybe watermelons. And
he talked about grains, and you all talked about fruits. The thing is this.
Yes.
That region is not totally devoid of water. The vastness of that region is the first opportunity that it provides. Vastness.
Okay.
Now, each county government in that region have their own plans. What I'd like to understand is every disadvantage that region has a flip side of being an advantage.
Yeah.
The size alone, you have land that hasn't been tampered with fertilizer, hasn't been tampered with all these inputs. You don't have soil that is acidic. Let's put it this way. The opportunities exist.
Yes.
But then comes the plan that every county government in that region has to uplift not just the welfare of its people, but to uplift the welfare of these people with an aim of growing that economy. Because then the counties of that region have not just the opportunity, but the capacity to be the A, breadbasket of this country, B, commercial hubs in this country. To understand it, you need to go to Wilson Airport and look at the number of, bless you, it's all right, the number of scheduled flights that go to that region every morning. Scheduled. Not somebody woke up and decided they want to go there. They're scheduled, which means there are people who go there, there are people who come back. But what am I anchoring my particular thinking on? There are very few stories that you can tell of an entire community. We keep harping on the Chinese. I prefer to harp on the Somalis of Kenya. How do you explain how a community that is predominantly pastoral, predominantly marginalized, how do they grow to become an economic powerhouse, a commercial powerhouse, and now going into industry? How? Now, what stops that knowledge from being nestled in that region? That's my question to you.
And to say this, northern Kenya is the next frontier for development and investment in Kenya. I can tell you that for a fact.
Yes.
It just requires the needful enabling environment to be done by the powers that be. County governments are limited in terms of their fiscal space or what they can do. And when it comes to roads, anyway, trunk roads, particularly falls within the confines of the national government mandate. If we have these three enabling factors, roads network,
yes,
we have electricity, power availability, and we have the needful ICT infrastructure, I can tell you for a fact that is the region to watch going forward. As he said, I now have a flight to Wajir.
Yes.
From 9, and by 10 or 10:30 I'll be there, inshallah. And so it is much faster to reach if I live here to Wajir by air than driving from here to Naivasha. I'll reach faster. I'll reach Wajir faster.
Yes.
than going by road from Nairobi. We have scheduled flights to Wajir County, to Wajir. We have an international airport, by the way, which has been there since 70s. Most Kenyans may not know. It was used to mix use. It was changed to mix use during Kibaki's time. It had other functions before that. But that is the next frontier for development. What is inhibiting, as you say, is not really lack of the community from there or the rest of Kenyans lacking the needful investments or capital. It is enabling infrastructure.
Yes.
That is either rudimentary or absolutely lacking. When there is shortage of power, there is low connectivity in terms of road or ICT, then you don't just walk into a place. Business is for profit.
Excellency.
Yeah.
Excellency. Yeah. It isn't very often that I get an opportunity to have a divergence of opinion from an excellency like yourself, but allow me to have this divergence of opinion. It's a very positive divergence. How do you think the UNEP ended up in Nairobi? You think Nairobi was set to be the only place that the UN could set up the environmental headquarters? No. There's a word, it's called lobbying. Okay? Now, with the president called Trump and the things he is doing, it's suddenly becoming extremely expensive for the UN to have its headquarters in some of the places it does. There's Geneva, there's Vienna, there's now New York. New York is the headquarter. What does that do to us? Compared to them, Nairobi is actually low maintenance. So long as we don't do crazy things, we are fairly attractive for people to come to. Lobbying.
That's what I said from when he asked about the budget allocations.
Yes.
And I said budgets are usually political in nature. Budget allocations, disbursements, and are political in nature. And I like the fact that the region is taking center stage in Kenya politically. I will, on some occasions or in some on a part of it, welcome some sentiments by Rigathi Gachagua.
Yes.
To the extent that now the region is punching above its weight politically. What attention, in Somalia there's a saying.
Yes.
You throw stones to the tree that has fruits. Okay? So that you get some spoils down there.
Yes.
For you to collect.
Right.
If there are no fruits, there's no point of throwing stones. Okay? The fact that now
stones are being thrown your way. Yeah.
It speaks volumes in terms of political weight
I agree.
the region now carries. Now we need to use that weight to negotiate and lobby and punch above our weight politically so that we get commensurate and budget allocations to our region. And this doesn't come, it doesn't just come, you must be felt. And I believe we are being felt as a region now, and it has just started. Probably things will get warmer going forward.
Yes.
And you will see more changes in subsequent governments going forward.
Yeah.
Yes, it's lobbying, yes, it's political punching above probably a weight, but the region is taking center stage now in the country's political space.
Yes.
And I like that. to that extent, I welcome his criticisms. Anything else falls short.
Yeah. I mean, there's some things he said. I also, at one point, I was thinking, perhaps he has a point there. But we sat with your counterpart from, I think it was Mandera, and he demystified some of the things that Honorable Rigathi mentioned. For example, he said that lots of the leaders from that region are in Nairobi. And I understand it's because of that lobbying and that political conversations that need to be had with the national government to ensure that resources actually get to those particular areas.
Paul.
Yes.
If you come from the regions around Nairobi, you can be in Nairobi in an hour driving.
Yes.
You can actually live in Nyeri and work in Nairobi.
True.
Okay? And it is possible because the road network enables you to do so.
Kabisa.
It's a moot point that the former deputy government was making. It serves the purpose of centering attention on him.
Yes.
Because one of the things that a smart politician does, you say things that raises the heckles of people, so the attention is focused on you. What business does he have with the region that has its own leaders? It is the thing that I marvel about. Why do you feel you need to poke the bear? Why do you feel you need to say incendiary things about a people who have their own leaders and who have people who can speak for themselves? Unless, of course, it'll give you the attention that you like. 1, 2, you are speaking from a narrative that certain people whom you either represent or whom you belong to hold that view. And you're making a mistake by letting the whole world know how you think. Because then people ask and say, Kwani, what on earth is this person talking about?
Like I said, kuna watu wengi sana hawako wanajua na walichukulia ukweli ya mambo yale alikuwa anasema. But now you see when leaders such as himself and Dr. Ali come to platforms such as this and they are questioned on those very issues and then they respond, it makes sense.
Paul, if it was just a one-off, then I would not pay attention to it.
Yes.
It is, in my opinion, a concerted effort and a deliberate stab. It is not something that happened by accident. That is my view.
Yes.
There are people who refer to it as politics. I actually refer to it as commerce. It's not really politics. Politics is being brought into an arena where there is commercial competition and somebody has decided that they're going to take a certain perspective.
True.
I am a student of history. And one of the things that I do is I look at narrative creations and I look at the purpose for which narratives are created. Remember the other day we had a gentleman who came to the studio and he was talking about non-Kenyans being
on the voting queue.
Yes, and I had and I still have strong views on that subject. I do not like the slightest indication where somebody begins to profile because I know what it does. When you read history, you know how it starts, you know how it progresses. So it's something you nip in the bud. It is not possible to have a region officially, legislatively, legally marginalized. It's documented by policy. And then you expect that region is going to be on an even keel with the other regions. How is that supposed to happen?
Not possible. Not possible.
To buttress what he's saying.
Yes.
And this region, there are 3 milestones in Kenyan history.
Okay.
One is colonial times, before 63. And then there is between 63 to 2010, the new constitution.
Okay.
And then devolution era, 2013
to now. Yes.
And if there is anything good in that constitution, if there was one thing that was exceptionally superb good in the current constitution, new dispensation, it is advent of devolution in Kenya. We could have, we say in northern Kenya or northern Kenya, any form of devolution with all its teething challenges is anytime better than centralized government in any way, shape or form. So teething challenges are there. I don't dispute that. We still have teething challenges with the national government formations since 1963. If it's corruption, we talk about corruption at national level. But there were structural bottlenecks to develop this region pre-devolution. Even as we speak today, I will want someone, a Kenyan somewhere,
Yes.
to really dissect, comp into the national government development budget allocations per county since 2013. And let's see where this money was going. Okay? What we get is a small fraction, probably negligible fraction of national government development budget, and the equitable share of what is shared vertically between national and county governments. Where is this national government development budget going to? One Kenyan should come out strongly, get the statistics and data, and comb through all those numbers and find out how much has gone to Nyeri and how much has gone to Ojia County for the last 15 years. And let's compare. To the extent that after this, the hap and brouhaha of regarding sentiments, I will want Kenyans to dig in. Once this dust settles, I will want Kenyans to dig in and get the statistics, the data right for national government development budget allocations per county since devolution. Okay?
Okay.
And you will be surprised of where the money is flowing to. Yes. Yes, it's partly politics.
Yes.
But there should be some level of fairness. Okay?
Yeah.
So let's dig in these numbers.
Yeah.
One Kenyan should be challenged to get these numbers correct. Just some 12 years, not much. If you can go further to 1963,
do it.
The better.
Yeah.
And let's see the numbers.
And if you want to have a dialectical discussion on this subject, one of the projects that is considered to be the hallmark of the Kibaki era, when we refer to the legacies that President have, is the Thika Superhighway. I think it was an excellent project, but that thing should have gone up to Northeastern Province. Then it would have been what it was supposed to be. But so long as it ends at Makutano, okay, then I have to ask, was that the best place to place that road? In terms of the economy of this country, in terms of the... Uganda happens to be our biggest trading partner.
Yeah.
What would such a road have done
if
it went up to the border of Uganda for the economy of Kenya? How much would it have opened that entire region of East and Central Africa to Kenya? You see?
Yes.
Again, wonderful project. It should have gone up to Northeastern. Then we would have realized its full potential. Okay? It reaches Makutano, you've limited the potential. In terms of the data that's available as to what it is that we do, there are those who would argue very strongly it should have gone in another direction. The point I'm making is this. Be that as it may, and it's a dialectical discussion, the question should be, why is it that we don't have a superhighway to Mombasa? Why? Why don't we have another superhighway that goes to the border of Tanzania? Why don't we have another superhighway that goes to the border of Kenya and Uganda? Because the region that we know as East and Central Africa would have been infinitely more beneficial to this country by virtue of that infrastructure.
Yes.
And this country economically would be much stronger as a result, because we would have tapped it from every corner, from the part that goes to the north, the part that goes to the northeast, and so forth. So that's the question. Why? And if you look at the allocation, the budgetary allocation that His Excellency has mentioned, you always wonder, the budgetary allocations are fairly healthy.
Yes.
But what gets done with that money cannot justifiably explain the money that was budgeted and allocated. It actually cannot. So, it means it could have been done.
Someone is asking here, that is on YouTube. This is John Ngugi 9477 and Oliza, why are you soft punching? Ask him why the children still study under trees. Ask him why people there still relieve themselves in buckets, considering the money they have received since 2013. Yeah. So he's saying that we're being soft on these questions. But is it true that children are studying rather under trees?
You know, this is why I say most Kenyans know their home county and Nairobi only. We are very immobile society generally. We don't move around within the country rather, and much less for our international space. And the contexts are usually different.
Right.
We are talking of a pastoral community, others who are on the move largely. But because of the vagaries and vicissitudes of climate change, people are taking sedentary life now. So every other day or every other time.
Yes.
The frequencies are quite fast. As we speak today, probably someone somewhere is settling, is creating a settlement somewhere.
Okay.
New settlements are coming up. Mushrooming of settlements. And these settlements are largely due to pastoral dropouts. People who have lost their livestock, who are settling down. Once a new settlement is done, then you expect people initially to have mechanisms, improvised mechanisms of coming up with the ways of their children studying.
Yes.
Up and until probably the county government or national government can come in and establish those schools.
Okay.
Now, someone in, let's say, Vihiga or Muranga or whatever may not know what the context is in this case. We built about 200 ECD classes this financial year.
How many classes?
200 in one go.
Okay. This is Wajir County alone?
Wajir County alone.
All right.
200 in one go of ECD classes. There is still more. And there are more settlements coming up every other time. To the extent that people are settling and taking a sedentary life, it's good for us because that increases our punching weight at national level going forward. And because our people have been on the move previously, they are settling down now. Those numbers will now get to be counted going forward. But with the new settlements comes the need for schools, for dispensaries, for every other social services, essential social service needed. So this is why I say the contexts are different.
Okay.
And people may not realize how many new settlements come up, let's say, in Thika County, what do you call it, in Kiambu County.
Kiambu County, yeah.
How many new settlements come up?
They are not a pastoral community.
They are not a pastoral community. They will not know the context. Maybe he comes from a settlement or county like that.
Yeah.
We come from people who are on the move previously, who are taking a different sedentary life now, and that will take some time for saturation to be reached.
Right.
And it will take for the long haul, my dear, because we are talking about 10% of the county, of the country,
yes,
in landmass, geographical space.
So they never settle at one point up until most recently. Today they are here, tomorrow they are in a different place. But what you're trying to say is that now people have decided that on George Padmore, we are now settling.
These settlements are coming up fast and furious, probably to the extent that we cannot cope in terms of availing the needful essential services needed.
Yes.
If a new settlement is coming up, let's say, even for argument's sake, in 2017 we had, I think, was it 400 and something polling stations?
In 2017?
Yes. In the last election we had close to 800 polling stations.
They had doubled.
They had doubled. And the statistics may not be correct, but they certainly doubled.
Yes.
And by 2027, you can be rest assured they will double again because new settlements are coming up every other day.
All right.
How much of that, by the way, can the county governments probably establish in terms of essential services? We do try. We are not saying we are not. 200 classes in one go for one financial year.
Yeah.
I mean, is no mean feat, but the need is quite bigger than that.
Okay.
So if you do one class anyway, ECD is one of the only function, the only county function in terms of education. Someone will come up and say, "Oh, why don't Wajir County establish a national school?" That's not our mandate, brother. Yes, people should need to understand the constitution and read what are the limits, what are the mandates between national and county governments.
Okay.
Most may not know. For Rigathi, he will whip emotions for him to politically be expedient for him. And for the common man in Wajir County, may not know the mandate, the difference in terms of mandate between national and county.
To them, they're the same.
It's the government.
In fact, look at John Ngugi did a good thing to ask the question and he contextualized it. And he talked about from the time of devolution. We're talking about 2013 when we started enacting it.
Yeah.
There's a 40-year period from 1963 where nothing happened. By policy.
Yeah.
Okay? Meaning there was nothing that was not being done or being done which was not actually laid down. You have an entire region of our country ignored. Literally.
Yes.
Okay?
Yeah.
So, 2013 is a good starting point, but there are people who are 40 years ahead. So how do you begin to compare?
This is why I said there are milestones pre-independence, from independence to 1963, and everything in between. You can imagine of the shifter war, the emergency laws in that region, and then Section of Paper 10 of 1965, all those structural bottlenecks that were put in place.
Yes.
That national government.
It actually entrenched what the colonial government had actually put in place before.
So we are behind by probably a century. So devolution can't remedy that within that short period of time.
12 years. 12 years.
13 years.
Yeah.
And by the way, what is the development? What are we talking about in terms of numbers? We are talking about what in terms of numbers? There are people who are peddling around numbers which are not there. 1 trillion went to northern and northeastern counties. Where are these numbers from, by the way?
So it's inaccurate.
It's inaccurate.
No, the figures are much lower.
It is fake.
Look, the actual figures are in the public domain.
Yes.
If you want to look at them, you can look at them. The division of spoils that every county gets is documented.
Yes.
So you just look and you do the maths. Yes.
It's about a third of that.
Yes.
Over a period of 12, 13 years.
Yes.
For all those counties.
Combined.
Okay?
Yeah.
So these fake, fictitious and fallacious numbers been thrown around for political expediency and to whip emotions of the common man in the
Paul, let me
region.
ask you a question. This county of Nairobi that we live in gets one of the hugest chunks.
Sure.
Okay?
Yeah.
But there is no part of this country that is as developed as Nairobi.
It's true.
Yet there are parts of Nairobi that are
underdeveloped,
worse than even some rural areas. But with all the money that has come in, let me ask the question. Why have these low-income areas not improved significantly in Nairobi County from the time of devolution?
And Your Excellency,
I need to say this.
Please.
Kenyans need to contextualize and get to know the history of this region. Well, we accept criticism. It improves our service delivery. It may point out one or two things might be hidden from us. It is part of the game. And I like the fact that focus now is shifting to northern Kenya. It means we are a force to reckon with going forward politically. And I will not want to welcome some sentiments to the extent of saying, people from the north should not invest in Nairobi County. I mean, who stops anyone in Kenya to invest anywhere in the country?
No one. Nothing.
Yes.
Nothing stops you.
So what kind of shenanigan is that? It's utter balderdash. So that is not where to go, but the fact that the focus now shifts to northern Kenya speaks volumes politically. And to that extent, I welcome that. I also welcome the fact that there is this criticism, which probably will improve, will improve service delivery.
Yes.
Within the county, or generally the counties.
Yes.
But the specific focus there is, you can just, your guess is as good as mine. So the Kenyans should know the context. Pre-colonial, colonial times.
Yes.
And then this country called Kenya started in 1963. And we had a protectorate before that. And then from 63 all the way to 2010. And devolution was.
Yes.
What happened in between then? Everything, the structural bottlenecks, the Session of Paper 10 of 1965, the impact of that to the region. And how much can these allocations, equitable share, really impact? It is really doing tremendous work.
Yes.
In the north. People may not realize that. We had 1 or 2 doctors before devolution in Wajir County. Today we have 75. We had none, no specialists before devolution.
Yes.
Today we have more than 20. 16 of them in training. That's close to 36 of them. 20 plus 35. 16.
Yeah.
By the time they finish, they'll be 36. We had very few boreholes. We are talking about 400 boreholes today.
Yeah.
We had few dispensaries. Just the last financial year, we had added 54 dispensaries, 10 level 4 hospitals, and we are upgrading our level 4 to level 5 referral hospital.
Wait,
this is through catastrophe devolution.
And this is in Wajir County?
Yes.
Okay.
People don't know these things, but it's expedient to throw around some false figures and point accusing fingers from the wrong ends usually.
Yes.
We welcome that. And I to the extent that it's generating some debate nationally is healthy. But after this, dust settles, I will want one Kenyan or more to dig into the numbers, get to the bottom of it.
Yeah.
what the county government budgets, development budget is doing, and it may not be perfect. Prioritization depends on one government to the other. There are fiscal spaces, there are priority challenges here and there, competing priorities.
Yes.
But at national level, development budget for the national national government, for the past probably 60 years or thereabout, someone has to dig in and get the numbers right.
Your Excellency, we have about 5 minutes before we let you go. So there's a question here from Morris Andati. And here's a question. He has written so many, but I'll focus on this specific one. So Morris Andati is asking, is it because of political weight or is it an accountability review? The outcome may not be positive politically. However, it portrays a flawed model of leadership and priority building in the region. So what I've captured from that paragraph.
What's the subject matter?
He's talking about priority building. That's how he summed it in the last sentence. Priorities for the counties. Let's talk about Wajir, because you're the deputy governor of Wajir here. This perhaps I will tie it in with the whole issue of accountability, meaning corruption. Is when we say political weight, because you did mention it earlier on, and now this particular area is getting a lot of attention. Could we be hiding behind in terms of what you said? For example, you said corruption is all over. But could it be that those counties are hiding under the banner or the umbrella of corruption is everywhere, and now that is why we are seeing perhaps underdevelopment in these particular spaces?
As I said from the beginning, we were not born yesterday. We were in this country for the longest.
Yes.
And we have institutions in this country that are dealing with matters corruption, matters accountability. We have obviously the Auditor General, we have ESSC, we have DCI, we have many other
ombudsman and so on
institutions that deal with those things. Not me and you, or what is his name?
Yeah, Morris.
Morris there.
Yes.
Unless he works with one of those offices.
Right.
And we have those offices to deal with those matters. And accountability is not specific to Wajir County or Northern Kenya. It is something that should and ought to be done by every county or national government institution. So we are just missing the point here. Accountability, yes, and so is for every other institution, be it at any county or national government. So why now? Why for Northern region only? And it only speaks to me, and as I said,
yes,
we will always welcome any level of criticism, positive criticism for that matter, for for progression and for improvement of our service delivery. But that's not specific to the region.
Yeah,
it should be for every Kenyan, generally. And when President Uhuru comes out and says, and he's the president by then he was the president,
right?
And he says Kenya loses 2 billion shillings a day. You don't take those statements lightly. 2 billion shillings a day translates to how much? 700, 800 billion a year.
Yes.
And that is the president of the country saying so. So is that Wajir County saying that? Wajir County government?
No.
Or Mandera? No. So accountability is necessary. It should be done, ought to be done every day by every public institution. But it's not specific to the region.
Okay.
Yeah. So this is happening largely because we do matter today politically. We have a weight, political weight, and we will exercise it appropriately coming forward. Going forward, effective 2027 and beyond, inshallah.
Yeah. Last but not least, looking forward, what are we expecting from the county government of Wajir before your term ends? There are a few things you did mention, for example, power. You mentioned perhaps classrooms will be increased and so on and so forth. But what is that one major thing that you would like your first term in office in terms of legacy?
The county government is of Wajir for this term has done. We prioritize healthcare the initial years. As I said, I mentioned some of them, some of the infrastructure work we did in terms of increasing the numbers of health facilities in the county, upgrading some of the facilities to level 5, so that we increase access to healthcare.
Yes.
Also improve health-seeking behavior of our populace. I also mentioned about water. We did quite a number of boreholes. We did a number of pans. We bought some machinery, also needful for excavation of those ponds. And but before we leave office, there are 2 areas probably we want to improve on. It is investments in agriculture. So that we diversify our economic sources for our communities, and also improve on our economic mainstay, investments in livestock, because the livestock sector is a key economic mainstay in the county and generally the north.
Yes.
It has realized probably minimal investments from the county and national government, but there's a lot of focus now in livestock, both at county levels and at national level. President Ruto was with us a year back, and one of the requests we made to him was to inculcate livestock as one of the key value chains in the country and establish the needful board, just as we have tea, coffee, and other value chains have structures in place. But we need to do a lot as a county government to improve, to have that strategic mental shift of our community to see value in their livestock, commercializing their livestock, and to do the needful cooperatives needful for them to extract that potential from our livestock. And but a lot needs to be done in terms of awareness creation, that strategic mental shift, needful destocking before droughts approach, and create feedlots and many other things that will improve and extraction of that potential in the county. So livestock will be one of the areas, agriculture probably, before we leave office, and other low-hanging fruits like improving our OSR, that's our own source revenue. The trajectory has been good for the last few years. We came into office when there was drought. Our projection by then was 100 million, 2023, 2024. 2022, 2023. But we underperformed for that year. We got about 46 million, but the subsequent year, 2023, 2024, our target was 150, we got 165.
165 million?
Yes.
Wow.
We shot above.
Okay.
The next financial year, we had a target of 200. No, we had 270. We got 313.
313?
Yes. So it's on upward trajectory. Our on-source revenue is on upward trajectory.
Yes.
And it is one of the best improved in terms of counties. These are some positive stories from the north. Many of them.
Actually,
it may be a decent sum relative to the total budget, but it's on upward trajectory. We have a capacity of about 632 million in terms of on-source revenue from the county. But before we leave office, we need to create a good imprint, a footprint in terms of on-source revenue as well. These are some of the issues.
May I just say something as we end?
Yeah, sure.
Of the national agricultural budget, the county governments just get 10 to 13% of that national government budget. And yet, agriculture is a fully devolved function. That's what I want to say.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. You've actually given us, I wish we had started with that, but you know what, that gives us an opportunity to actually talk about it the next time you're around Nairobi. And please feel free to come over and we shall have a conversation about those triple digits growth in terms of percentages that you're having. Yeah? Karibu tena sana, and we wish you a safe flight back to Wajir.
Asante.
That is His Excellency Ahmed Mohamed Abdi. He is the Deputy Governor of Wajir County. Coming up next, we also have another Deputy Governor. This one is from Mandera County. That is Dr. Ali Mali Mohammed. Coming up next, we still want to focus on the drought crisis in that particular area, and of course development agenda, and perhaps in this time around we shall start with own source revenue. I'd like to understand whether Mandera County is also growing with triple digits. Right now though, here's the news with Winnie Maganga.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. The prevailing drought continues to ravage Mandera County, affecting more than 300,000 residents across the region. The crisis has been intensified by poor performance of 3 consecutive rainy seasons, worsening water scarcity and humanitarian conditions. The prolonged dry spell has led to the rapid depletion of surface water sources, with officials calling for enhanced water tracking to residents.
Seeing that people are getting water quite nicely, although according to the members of the public, there's need for upscaling this program in some cases, especially the water tracking issue.
Wale ambao wamepewa hii kazi ya kuletea wananchi maji, wache tuhakikishe kwamba tumewaletea kila mmoja ile trips ambayo amepewa aweze kusupply.
The Kenya Meteorological Department says the country is likely to receive only average rainfall during the upcoming long rain season. The department has warned that the projected rains may not be sufficient, especially for arid and semi-arid areas that have endured several seasons of below average rainfall, worsening food shortages and water shortages. However, Kenya Met notes that key food processing regions are expected to receive adequate rainfall between March and May.
The eastern parts of the country, the ASAL parts, average to below average. Average may not be adequate to offset the deficit that is already on the ground because the OND rainfall failed in these areas. And even the previous seasons did not perform well.
President William Ruto says the United Democratic Alliance is facing unusual high number of aspirants ahead of the 2027 general election. Speaking during a meeting with leaders from Mount Kenya East, the president said the party has been overwhelmed by those seeking UDA tickets. He revealed that more than 12,000 aspirants are expected at State House Nairobi today. A turnout, he noted, is higher than what was recorded during the Jubilee Party era.
Watu wa kutafuta kura ya kupigiwa. No political party has attracted this number of aspirants. Hata siku ile tulikuwa Jubilee, we never got here. Tunaelewana? Because kuna watu wanasoma mambo kwa ground na wanajua hii serikali inaenda kuundwa mahali pale. You know, it's only a few people who cannot see where the government is going to be formed.
Wiper Party leader Kalonzo Musyoka says he has accepted his appointment as the party leader of Azimio La Umoja One Kenya coalition. The decision was confirmed during a meeting of Azimio's top leadership on Monday, chaired by former President Uhuru Kenyatta. Kalonzo is expected to help steer the coalition's political direction going forward. Spain has announced plans to ban children under the age of 16 from using social media. Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez made the announcement on Tuesday while speaking at the World Government Summit in Dubai, saying the move is aimed at protecting children from what he described as the digital Wild West. The proposed ban, which still requires parliamentary approval, is part of wider reforms that will also make social media company executives legally responsible for illegal or harmful content. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
Sports on Radio Generation.
Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno. Arsenal have booked their place in the Carabao Cup final after a 1-0 win over Chelsea at the Emirates Stadium, sealing a 4-2 victory on aggregate. Kai Havertz scored the decisive goal deep into stoppage time, breaking clear before rounding Chelsea goalkeeper Robert Sanchez and finishing into an empty net. The win ends Arsenal's run of 4 straight semi-final defeats under manager Mikel Arteta. The Gunners will now face either Manchester City or Newcastle in next month's final at Wembley. The Manchester City manager Pep Guardiola says he wants to use his position to help build a better society. Speaking at a football news conference, Guardiola says he feels deep pain for victims of global conflicts, especially children caught up in violence. The City boss had missed media duties last Friday, a day after he spoke in support of Palestinian children at a charity concert in his home city of Barcelona, ahead of City's Carabao Cup semi-final second leg clash against Newcastle later today. Guardiola said it hurts him to see children killed or injured in conflict zones around the world. And that's your sports update on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno.
Sports on Radio Generation. The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you and welcome back to Radio Generation. The time right now is 9 minutes past 8 o'clock. And like I told you, we are hosting the Deputy Governor for Mandera County in this particular hour. But Siti Muga, so just an observation about the Deputy Governor that we just hosted for Wajir County. You know, this is I think it's the fourth time I've met him. He doesn't get angry, does he?
No.
He's quite a polite gentleman. He doesn't, even when things look like they're heated up, hananga drama mingi.
Well, that is often the hallmark of somebody who knows his subject matter.
It's difficult to get him worked up.
Well, why should he? He understands it. Remember, by the time somebody goes into politics,
yes,
you need to ask them what it is they have done and what made them decide. The process of going into electoral politics in this country is a baptism of fire.
By fire, by force.
By the time somebody is in a position of authority,
yes,
you have absolutely no idea what they've gone through.
Yeah.
They become very thick-skinned. That's why ukiongea na kuangalia tu.
We have in studio His Excellency Dr. Ali Mohammed. Daktari, karibu tena sana to Radio Generation once again.
Thank you.
Yeah, we were just talking about your colleague from Wajir County.
Okay. Mesengenya yeye.
Juu najua nyinyi mnakuanga marafiki sana. Does His Excellency yeye ukasirika?
No. You know, if you're a politician ni mtu ya kukasirika, that's not your profession.
Wewe tafuta kazi nyingine.
You need to exit.
Yeah.
Very quickly.
Kidogo inakuanga ni tricky sana.
Yes.
Yeah, because you know, we're just even going through some comments from our viewers and then of course recapping on some of the things that have been said about the north region, the northeastern region, you know, from the drought to the politics that is currently in that area. And what I can say is that a lot of the leaders from actually all of them, from what I have seen, you're approaching it from a sober perspective.
Yes.
So again, I will pose some of the questions that I posed to him as far as some of the things that are being said by for example, some
is
of the
there
things...
a bit of leakage of what he said?
Oh, you were not listening on your way here?
No, I wasn't.
But it's on the issue of corruption.
Okay.
It's on the issue of corruption,
Yes.
really, which has been on the mouths of a lot of people, including residents of the northeastern region, yeah? Corruption is something that is all over the country. So it's not unique to the northern region.
True.
But it has been blamed so much in terms of even in the last 12 years since devolution, and it has been blamed as part of the reason why the region hasn't developed rather to the level that is expected of those 9-10 years that devolution has been in existence. Yeah, what would you have to say about that?
You know, Mbuvi, that's a good question.
Yeah.
And I like that this debate of corruption is ongoing, especially in light of northern Kenya.
Yes.
And generally the Somali community. Because we have never had this opportunity to actually bring out some of the challenges that we have as a community, as a region. And it's really giving us, in my opinion, a very good opportunity to display why we are where we are. Notwithstanding corruption itself. And, you know, this country, one of the biggest problems in Kenya and parts of Africa, I believe, is because of corruption.
Yes.
Biggest challenge. More so here in Kenya. Probably we might be rated among the top most corrupt countries across the world.
We actually are.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right? And that's not northern Kenya. Right? We are not top at the list because northern Kenya is most corrupt.
Yes.
It's because the whole country is corrupt from end to end.
True.
Okay?
Yeah.
Recently, my governor was at the Senate.
Yes.
There was some seedling things and, they always show the bad side.
Right.
But let me tell you, Mbuvi.
Yes.
We have a former governor from Central in jail for corruption.
Yes, we do.
Okay?
Yes.
He is not from northern Kenya. Right?
Kweli kabisa.
Even the apartments and the buildings he has built are here in downtown Nairobi Street. Nobody talks about that.
Right.
Okay? So the other thing is because this guy or whoever from northern Kenya is from northern Kenya, therefore naturally it's an easy option to jump to conclusion that, look, this is corruption. They are building this and that. And so you don't have a real evidence. Here you have a real evidence. You have a building here in the high street of Nairobi.
Yes.
The guy is in jail.
Yes.
He's from your backyard. You yourself, you're implicated. You don't want to talk about it.
Okay.
But nonetheless, we are taking these things very positively as the leaders of Northern region. And if there are opportunities to correct some of these claims, we will face it head on if they actually indeed exist. But I am telling you that we are not protecting anybody. We are not scapegoating. What we want to do is, if these claims are true and people can really give us good evidence, then I will be one of the first people to really shout out. And usually I don't fear, speaking about it, regardless of who it is.
Right.
You know, Paul, one of the things that I find is false as a discussion is, and this one is with reference to every citizen of this country. We talk about corruption as though it is something that other people are engaged in and not us.
Yes.
And yet, if you were to get down to the nitty-gritties of corruption, we are a really corrupt lot of people. And I'm going to explain what I mean.
Okay.
When a police individual who is in charge of traffic confronts you with an inconvenience because one tire doesn't meet the requirement to be on the road, what is the option that we have? Either for him to book you so that you can pay a fine, which goes straight to the government, or go to court. What do we normally do? What is our first option as Kenyans? We look for a way of going around this problem.
Yes.
And we actually have a problem.
Yes.
It's not as though the guy is picking on you. Now, there are things which they pick on. Again, we have an option. We either go and report it and document it, or we find a way around it. Finding the way around it is corruption. You are subverting the law, you are bending the law, but we consider that acceptable. Okay? Literally all of us. So none of us is actually in a position to actually cast aspersion. You can have a discussion about it, but the honest discussion about corruption in this country falls into three categories. People who are doing things that we would prefer that we did, but we can't do. Okay? When we look at the monies, we wish we were the ones involved so that we could get that money.
Yes.
Number two, the individuals don't belong to the community where we belong to, because when it's our person who does it, then it isn't really that bad.
Yes.
But these other people are actually genuinely corrupt.
Exactly.
Yes.
Exactly.
And thirdly, we look at corruption as an othering process. We talked about it yesterday with Professor PLO.
Yes.
It's always others who are corrupt. And yet, if you look at the list that the Auditor General presents every year, it tells you with great clarity which counties have problems. It tells you. And it is not the northeastern counties that are predominant or preeminent.
Yeah.
The facts and the truths that we like discussing are at odds. Hence the hypocrisy I'm mentioning.
Yes. Yes.
You decide, the facts tell you one thing, but you decide that this is what you are going to consider to be the facts. That is the Kenyan way of discussing corruption.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I agree with you. You know, the thing is, if it is so bad that the northern Kenya region and leaders are very corrupt, please bring them to the law. Bring them to this. Let them be prosecuted.
Yes.
Okay. If you have an evidence, we have a lot of evidence in the other Kenya. Like I told you, there are people in jail.
Yes.
Nobody is talking about it, why they're in jail, what they have swindled. But you keep talking about a member of parliament stealing. You're talking about governors and the likes thing. You're talking about even MCS.
Yes.
Across the board. Now, maneno mingi is neither here nor there. I mean, it clearly tells you, but for God's sake, we have a system, we have a structure, we have anti-corruption, we have DCI, criminal investigation. We have serious institutions in this country that can really deal with these things. Unless you are really casting aspersions on these regulatory institutions, institutions that are supposed to be handling these things, that they are inept and they are not doing their job, then your claims are all fake, wrong, and they are just meant to malign an entire region and an entire community. That said, I think we have dwelled so much on this topic, and a lot of our problems in northern Kenya, quote unquote, is just because a region that has never been resourced is somehow now being resourced And that maybe some people are so entitled that they believe actually the resources going there should not go there. Instead, it should go to their region. And that's why the drivers, as you know, of this narrative right now were the same people doing the review of the county revenue sharing process.
Yes.
We're claiming that, you should not be doing, you should change the formula. You should do one vote, 1 shilling.
Yes.
Yeah?
Yes.
Who was saying that? Mr. Shares and his team, right?
Yes.
Yet he was my deputy president
at the time
when he was saying that. Both, 1 vote, 1 shilling, yeah? Now, if this kidogo inakusumbua, the other day I posted when the president went to Nyeri, I think a couple of weeks ago, a few weeks ago, the president said, Nyeri is going to get about 500 kilometers of roads and then many other markets and many projects.
Yes.
In total, it was 98 billion, okay? In one pronouncement, listen to that.
Yes.
Mandera, 98 billion basically rounded off to 100 billion.
Yes.
Mandera and Wajir, each one of them gets about 100 billion in 10 years, okay? And yet here, there is a pronouncement to give you 100 billion, the total revenue allocated to these counties, getting it one stroke of the pen.
Yeah.
And that does not even include the account sharing, revenue.
Yes.
Yeah?
Yes.
Now, if that pronouncement was made in Mandera, the story will not be the same because nobody even talked about that. Everybody was quiet. It's just the normalized. It's everything every day.
Yeah.
But if it is done in Mandera, then it's crazy. Oh, how can they get that amount of money?
Yeah.
Oh, it is ridiculous. So this is what we are saying. We have very really fundamental problems in our country.
Yes.
And I speak for everybody. Really, I am not talking for only Mandera. I speak for every section of this country.
Yeah.
That until this type of entitlement, okay, we cross this,
yes,
then this country is not going anywhere. For as long as we are looking at, what you should ask is, is why you should not ask why is this section of our country getting this revenue, and then instead of giving them, give it to me. Why don't you think about how to expand the basket and say, okay, these guys can keep what they're getting.
Yeah.
What can I get for my place?
True.
If I cannot get, how can we expand our revenue base so that each one of them can win? Together, then we will rise as a country, at a bigger level. But if you really focus on one section of the country and say, this one should get lower than me, meanwhile, Uganda, Tanzania, and all the countries around you are moving at a very fast speed. And you are so busy pulling each other down. Right? So this is the unfortunate part. And I think our leaders, and this is the mediocrity of leadership. Yeah, there are people who are not visionary, who are not transformative, who don't go and think beyond their small backyard. Yeah, this is what this country needs: the leaders who can really pull us together, so that we can move forward and compete with the rest of the world and the rest of the region.
Okay,
Your Excellency, did you know that there is a national ethics and corruption survey that is conducted every year, and they focus on bribery? There are other indicators that they have, but they rank countries in terms of counties which require or are more bribery prone. There are even places which they say are 100%, they have 100% prevalence of bribery claim, meaning you cannot get any service if you do not bribe. Just so that you understand it, let's look at the 2024-2025. I'm going to read it for you.
Please do.
So that you understand, okay? Uasin Gishu County ranked the most corrupt with the highest average bribe paid per person, over 25,000, and the largest share of the national bribe. That is the share they take. It's 11.12%. Number 2, Baringo County ranked second in bribe prevalence, with residents paying high bribes for services. Third ranked is Embu County. Then you have Homa Bay County. Then you have Bomet County. Then you have Kakamega County. Then you have Tana River County. Then you have Kiambu County. Then you have Nyamira County. Then you have Wajir County. 100% prevalence. 100. Yani, the survey they took, all the respondents says, Hapaki, Bila, if you not give money, you'll not get.
I am really surprised Jerry is not number one.
Well, I am just reading the outcome of the survey.
na agency ya huyo mzee.
This is the you see why do you know I've chosen this? I want those who listen and are listening to understand.
Yes.
Please go to the facts.
Absolutely.
Forget the narratives that have been spun. Okay? The highest prevalence goes to Elgeyo Marakwet.
Can you imagine?
Followed by Marsabit. And then Wajir. Yani, how upper the respondent said, you cannot get anything done if you do not actually take out any money. This is the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission. This is what they do. It is their report.
Yes,
okay?
Exactly.
I have
and
not
this
yes.
is this is the fundamental problem in this country. If you shift blame to just individuals because either you have personal or political agenda against one region, and then you choose to ignore exactly where to handle and make this discourse to go, then we will be losing out on this country. And I'm not, like I told you, I am not speaking for Mandera, I'm not speaking for Somali or Northern region.
Yes.
I'm speaking for our country. That we have to be very honest.
Yes.
Yeah, if we are not honest about this discussion, we are not going to go anywhere.
Okay.
And we will be left behind, still thinking, I mean, His Excellency, the President is talking about going the Singapore way, or basically meaning that we need to move from, where we are, third world to first world, which is a very good vision, despite all the, the naysayers and the criticism. I might disagree with Ruto, but if he is telling me, look, I will do everything possible to take you from where you are to Singapore and even better.
Yeah.
Why would I criticize? I say, please show me the formula. We will support you. This is the direction we need to go. Instead of coming back and keep talking about some words and some small towns and some leader doing this and some community doing these things. It's so mediocre.
All right.
So we need to move. We need to really move forward.
Daktari, we held a conversation here, I think it was last week, with the Kenya Red Cross SecGen, Dr. Ahmed Idris. And what Dr. Idris said is the situation in the northern region is bad. But as a resident of Mandera, perhaps you'll help us put it into context and perspective. Just how bad is the drought situation there?
It's bad. It's bad. Unfortunately, this is a very cyclic thing that comes back every 2 to 3 years, 4 years. And since time immemorial, we cannot say suddenly because of climate change, then this thing is happening. So the impact and how to find a solution is where our debate is. How fast we can respond to ensure that our people and our region is not impacted very badly is also another discussion. But the more important thing is that, and I'm sure the listeners probably will ask, so you as a leader, what are you doing about it? That's a very legitimate question, and we must respond to it. First of all, we recognize that our people are really suffering, animals are dying, our crops are disappearing. But this is a climate phenomenon, okay? In the sense that it's not just happening now when we're actively discussing climate change, but it has been there for 200, 300, 400 years. Now, as a country, I don't think despite knowing those problems, I don't think we have given enough attention to ensure that we are able to fight this back when it comes, because these things are all predictable. Yeah, we have the Met Department, we have international other weather prediction systems, and we know exactly a year, 2 years before actually we reach there. You can tell these things is coming. So there is no such an organized, well-planned, deliberate, intentional program to say that, look, in a year, 2 years, drought is coming, what can we do? At my level, I can talk and talk a lot. I can also do little emergency responses in the name of providing water and some relief.
Yes.
But the capacity of county government and those leaders is limited, and it's limited because of resources. And why do I say that? We have a lot of examples, Mbuvi, across the world where we have not only droughts, but some of them are actually desert, complete desert, and life is thriving. You're talking about Saudi Arabia, you're talking about Israel, you're talking about this Dubai, many, many other places. And they have found and figured out a way to deal with the drought. Deal with this drought. So it's just technology. I will give you a very good example. In Mandera, we have a river that's semi-permanent. Okay, it flows for about 9-8 months, 2-3 months it is dry, and that river originates from Ethiopian islands. So whether it rains in Mandera or not, sometimes the river is still on.
Yes.
You can't imagine how much water that goes through Mandera County that empties into Indian Ocean, and only 20-30 kilometers, people are dying because of thirst and lack of water. What is the best thing the county can do is to use water bowsers to collect water, drop in some small tank. I mean, how many villages do we have to do that? We have 600-700 villages in Mandera. So for me as a county to provide water to 600 villages, then I need about 600 water bowsers standby.
600?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Of course, because every village, an entire village and one water bowser, that's about 10,000 liters.
Yes.
Yeah? So it's not even enough for one village, for one day.
I was expecting to have more than 600.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I'm just being very conservative.
Okay.
Yeah? Because sometimes even the use of the water itself might be a bit conservative in the way they use it. So imagine, very conservatively, 600, even double it, 1,200 water bowsers running around. Yeah, I can't afford as a county. Right now in Mandera, with all those villages, we have about 35. Okay, and that is really a stretch. We have our livestock. There is no fodder. Okay, we were supposed to grow fodder across the region. I don't know if you understand, and probably Mzee Muga understands.
Right.
About 75 to 80% of the livestock meat and livestock products we consume in this country comes from northern Kenya, right?
75%.
Yes, absolutely. Find out. Google it. 75%.
Nilikuwa dhani ni Wamasai wanatupatia hizo.
Hapana. Masai wanaprovide wako hapo ndani ya 25. Okay, and Masais don't even sell their ng'ombe sana like we do.
All right.
So what the government of Kenya at the national level had to do is to have a very massive deliberate plan, because this is a very important section of our economy. Yeah? Our economy is not just growing crops and horticulture and coffee and tea. We can do better than tea and coffee if we really deliberately invested on livestock. In fact, we can be the highest suppliers in this country of livestock to the rest of the world. Unfortunately, this is one area that we are so dead on. But again, going back to drought, it is very, very tough. It is biting. Nonetheless, we want to continue to assure that as a county, we will continue to stand by our people to ensure that whatever that is possible, every penny that we can spare will be directed towards that drought. Even though, it's not even enough.
There's a problem here. There is a fundamental problem. We see it in developed units, whether you're talking about health, whether you're talking about water, whether you're talking about agriculture. You have a national budget, which is in the billions, 2-digit, 3-digit billions. But the percentage that remains with the national government, which they claim is for infrastructure and everything else, if we're talking about water, it's 75%. So 25% is what goes to the county. And yet it's a devolved function.
Yes.
Agriculture is worse. 10 to 11% of the national government's budget is what goes to the counties. Agriculture is a fully devolved function. So you have to ask, who is this who controls this narrative about counties not doing what they are supposed to do when it is patently obvious that the resources are with the national government? How are the county governments supposed to meet the needs? When you devolve a function, it can't be devolved if resources are also not devolved. It is not possible. If it was inversed, then you could blame them.
Deputy Governor Kato, when he was here, he told us that this lobbying for these funds is a political process. And from what I understand, he made it look like, at one point it's like you have to play to a particular tune to get resources to your county. Is that so?
Well, Mbuvi, that is that is the modus operandi, if so to speak, in this country.
Yes.
And it's across the country, you see. There's no really beating about the bush. We know that. And we just talked about corruption.
Yes.
And we talked about bribe.
Right.
And this fits right in the middle of that. That even when you are seeking even the release of what is entitled to you,
yes,
they make it very difficult.
You have got to come to Nairobi.
Absolutely.
And ufuatilie kila
Yes,
kitu.
yes, you dance a little bit for them, make them happy. You see? Yeah, that's the truth.
I can't imagine Daktari dancing, but
You understand? So, and these people forget that, they have been employed to provide service, just to provide logistics and facilitation to make sure that we are able to run county affairs. There are times that money has been released, but some small approval. Just one person putting their signature or saying yes or pushing a button to get salary for 10,000 employees or whatever number is might take 15 days to get, just because one person decided that somebody is not really dancing. Somebody is. You see, this is the unfortunate, and that's why I'm telling you we have fundamental problem in this country. And look at the impact that has. I mean, 5,000, 6,000, 7,000 employees waiting for salary, needing to pay rent, needing to pay school fees, and then some guy somewhere, just because he also forgot that at some point he was just like that.
Yes.
He just decides, or she decides that
to frustrate.
It's not even intentional frustration. It's culture. It's culture, very deep culture.
Actually,
yes,
we've nationalized. We made it part of extortion because they frustrate you so that you can go and talk to them.
Absolutely.
And in Kenyan terms, you know exactly what I'm saying.
They inconvenience you so that you can pay for.
You can the removal of that inconvenience. Yes.
So
they invite you.
So really, this whole corruption issue. This whole corruption issue is so inverted in the way we are discussing that the real corruption actually happens in our national institutions, including Treasury, including every institution that you go to.
Yes.
Nobody talks about that.
Okay.
The other 85, I'm not by all means justifying that corruption is happening in the county governments. Nobody is talking about the national corruption.
Okay.
Now we have to label corruption into national corruption, devolved corruption. And which one is bigger, which one is smaller.
Right, which one is less inconvenient.
Yes.
Daktari, there's that whole issue of boreholes.
Yes.
In Mandera County. How many are they? If you have the figures.
No, let me.
Are they sufficient?
Yeah. Mbuvi, it's very important to really understand this issue of water. Okay. Really, really very important. Like I told you, we have a river, emptying millions and billions of cubic meters of water into Indian Ocean. When a few kilometers away, our people are dying from hunger. It requires a little bit of deliberate, plan to get water to those people. What the county is doing is to ensure that, because it doesn't have the muscle to reach 70 kilometers of infrastructure of water to deliver by a massive infrastructural development, the county can only do two things. Drill boreholes, and water tracking. Just as easy as that.
Dams are dams part of the conversation?
And dams. Now, the challenge with dams is that when it is drought like this, they just evaporate, just disappear. Right? Especially water pans. And there are no major dams in northern Kenya in general, although hopefully we will have one that's in the pipeline.
Actually, it's part of the National Infrastructure Fund model.
Yes. In fact, our river master plan hydro dam is in the pipeline, and we are actually going to Ethiopia in the next 2 weeks to follow up that, because the river is on the border, and so it's a shared resource. But back to boreholes, when we came to this devolved governance, the number of boreholes in Mandera was 69, I think. Say 70, 69. By the time, so we had a governor who came in 2 times, Ali Roba. And by the time he finished his 10 years, he had moved from 70 to 202 boreholes. Okay? That's a significant move.
All right.
We came in, myself and His Excellency the Governor, in 2022. This is 3-4 years ago.
Yes.
We have added 70 more boreholes, with another 40 or so to be done in the process of doing so. So right now, as we speak, we are talking about something close to 300 boreholes across Mandera County. Yeah? Not near enough. Okay? It was not enough when it was 70 in 2013 when devolution started. It was not enough when His Excellency Ali Roba exited in 2022. It's not enough today. It's not going to be enough.
Yes.
And these are just first aid things.
Yeah.
Like I told you, we will continue to invest in that, because now this is what the county can do, doing boreholes, seeking partnership, development partners. But for me, is we need to do a serious departure in terms of putting real proper infrastructure. In the short term, it might be expensive, but in the long term, it will save us a lot of resources and a lot of money, and it will save our region, so that we will be able to contribute to the national economy and collect revenue and reinvest, So this issue of boreholes, when people are very quick to ask, oh, how many boreholes do we have? Or how many water tracking are you doing? These are very easy options, really simplistic approach to change and transformation in this country. I mean, you could be asking this question before devolution, when there was no technology, when we were very far behind in the 1990s and 1980s. We are still looking at the same solutions in 2026.
Yes.
Yeah. So what did they say? If you did the same, if you got the same results from doing the same thing, and you repeat the same thing, you still get the same result. Yeah.
Sure.
And that's exactly what we're doing. We can do boreholes. I mean, in Mandera we have about close to 600 villages.
Yes.
Each one, 600 villages.
Yes.
And each one of them,
yes,
just like most other places, will have to have some sort of permanent water. Okay? You cannot resolve that with water bowser. You cannot resolve that with a borehole. Boreholes require maintenance. Sometimes when there is dry season like this, the water table goes down. Okay, even the borehole breaks down. Now, what do you do with a village of 1,000 people?
Yes.
Yeah, the borehole has broken down.
Again, Secgenwa Red Cross,
Yes.
what he told us on that very issue,
Yes.
about the boreholes breaking down and then them having to be repaired,
Yes.
he said there's a problem there in terms of even the response time. But one thing that he mentioned is the fact that they are overworking.
Absolutely.
And that's why the pumps keep on breaking down. Yeah, they're overworking beyond the capacity.
Yes, plus the water table is below. They just have very little, and these machines sometimes they work as if there is water around them, okay? So they end up really, when there is no water, they end up breaking. Then they have, they run on batteries. Sometimes it is a solar, breakdown. And when they overwork, they break. And so if we have 300 boreholes, and in the last few months we were able to repair. I mean, we had about 100 of them break down and repaired. That is almost 30%.
Yes.
Of all boreholes breaking down. The question is that sustainable? I mean, you fix it now, 3 months later, it is broken.
Yes.
This place is 26,000 square kilometers. So from one village to another village, you might drive for about 50 kilometers. Yeah. So we are really stretched.
Yeah.
In terms of resource and response.
Because of the nomadic nature of some of the residents, is that also a challenge when it comes to providing some of these amenities for them? We're talking about water here and perhaps even healthcare.
Yeah. Our people, the pastoralist lifestyle is very dynamic.
Yes.
Okay, they move around. Okay, but there are a number of places where there is normal sedentary lifestyle. People are actually living in the villages. So that is another challenge. People who are moving around with their livestock. First, you have to find water for the livestock. Like in Mandera now, we have about 300 tracking centers.
Okay.
Literally 300 where we are putting water every day with water bowsers. Okay.
You just come there and just dump
water there.
Okay.
Of that, about 70 or 80 of the water tracking centers are for livestock. Okay. you're watering for camels, and not only livestock, even wild animals.
And this water is free?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
So, livestock and wildlife. The wildlife are dying, and nobody's paying attention. Even Kenya Wildlife doesn't know. So, 80 of them for animals, the livestock, and wildlife. We're doing about 30-something tracking centers for wildlife across Mandera.
Yes.
Yeah. They have to also to be saved. They are part of our fauna, our environment, our ecosystem. So we have to do something about that. It's not only the livestock and the human that we have to focus on. So if we're doing 300 water tracking centers with 35 water boozers, and then not only those permanent centers, but there are people who will be here today, tomorrow there are another 50 kilometers. It's also very hard to provide services to them. So what we do is we just identify watering points so that they can come and get their water from there.
Okay.
But that said, I think I have repeated many times that this is just first aid. Yeah?
We need permanent solutions.
This is first aid.
Yeah.
Can I ask a question,
Yes.
Your Excellency? How much leeway does a county government have in engaging external or international players to assist with the problems that they have?
So that's a good question, Wanamuga. The national government is very control freak when it comes to partnering with international partners and development partners. They want, small resources, they can partner with the county directly. But once you reach certain level, which the Kenya way attracts some attention. And when I say the Kenya way, I think you understand. Then they say, this has to go to the treasury. And if something goes to treasury, for you to even get the benefit of that, it has to be a year, 2, 3 years down the road.
It's a teeth pulling exercise.
Yes. By that time, you are tired and you don't even need it anymore. Because the reason why you wanted it is past the time, is under the bridge.
You know the reason why I asked the question?
Yes.
Is this. Over time, you've given perfect examples of some of the countries in what we refer to as the Middle East.
Yes.
Okay? Israel. And what they have done with their nation, these people live in deserts. It's not complicated. We know what Gaddafi did in
Libya.
In Libya, we know.
Yes.
But scientifically, the Chinese have even taken further steps. They're actually transforming deserts into places that are lush with forestry, pasture.
And that's true with India also.
Yes.
Even India.
Yes.
They're doing forestation.
Yes.
No, they're doing more than forestation. They're actually transforming that entire ecosystem, meaning if you go back into history and they'll tell you these places once had forests, they once had this, but now they don't. They are reverse, it's like they're reverse engineering that whole thing. So long-term solutions exist. That is why I asked the previous question. It is known what needs to be done. Now, Mandera County is not, it is an ASAL area. It is not entirely desert. So it means the process that we are referring to would be possible in an easier time than regions that are entirely desert. And then you're trying to actually rehabilitate this. Because you're right. What you're doing is a band-aid. You are facing the problem on a daily basis as it occurs. Because if you had, let's say, a permanent solution to water, do you know that the pastoralism, because people are pastoralists for a reason, their lives revolve around their livestock. So what they move not because they like walking around, they move because that is how they retain their wealth. It is a survival mechanism.
Absolutely.
Now, if you provide a solution which has a permanency to it, they may migrate a little bit, but they'll know exactly where there'll be, as you say, a habitation where people sent around, and then people can move around. It is not impossible for a solution to be found.
Absolutely. In fact, you don't have to seek solution. That road has already been walked. The evidence is there. It has been done.
It has.
All you need is to copy paste.
Yeah.
Cut, copy, paste. That's all you need.
And there are people who are willing to,
engineering.
and there are people who are willing to help move along. That's why I asked the question, and you've answered my question. Because when 75% of even what we call our national budget
yes,
for this sector stays at the national headquarters, then it is clear that the changes that you're talking about will be long in coming. They are not going to happen soon.
But I'll tell you, Mbuvi,
Yes.
unless I have repeated this many times, and he said it very correctly, Mzee Muga said it correctly,
Yes.
that the solution is there, okay? If we truly want to move Kenya as a country to the level of Singapore, even half Singapore, forget about Singapore.
Yes.
Yeah, even half Singapore, you really need leadership that thinks that Kenya is Kenya no matter where you are.
Right.
Okay?
Yes.
Whether you are in there's a place called Border Point 1. Border Point 1 is Kenya's first beacon, when they were drawing the map. So they were beaconing just like they beacon your plot.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
That's where I was born.
Oh.
Myself.
Right.
First border of Kenya. Kenya has 286 beacons. Did you know that?
No.
I didn't know. Now you're telling me.
The first beacon
Was the one you're talking about.
is where I was born in Mandera. The last beacon, number 286, is also in Mandera. Okay? So you go to beacon number 1, you go around, or you come to Garissa,
You come
go
back.
to Lamu, huko chini, come around, juu Kajiado, Busia huko, you end up in Mandera again. Okay? That is called Kenya. Kenya is not Mount Kenya. Kenya is not just Rift Valley.
Yes.
Okay?
Yeah.
So unless we have leadership whose mind really is really open to view that Mandera, which he said very correctly, is not a desert. Have you been there before?
No.
Have you been to Garissa?
I have never.
So you have been to Narok?
I have been to Narok.
You have been to Kajiado?
I have.
So
been
Mandera is like Kajiado. Is that a desert?
No, it's not.
Yeah?
Kuna vumbi lakini it's not a desert.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So we are not anything like Israel or Middle East or Dubai or whatever. We are semi-arid. So we have some trees, so to speak. Okay?
It's not as we imagine.
If those who didn't
it looks
go
like
there,
the Sahara Desert.
No.
yeah.
No,
If
no.
you didn't go there thinking that we have just sand dunes and rocks there. That's not true.
Actually, mheshimiwa utani-invite huko Mandera nikuje nijione.
Tafadhali.
Umesema Kenya Border Point 1.
Yes.
Umeita nini?
Border Point 1.
Nataka kuja kuona huko ulizaliwa.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but on the question of forestation, I'm really interested to know, number one, is it possible to grow forests in that particular area, even if it will take 20-30 years, and what it would take to actually achieve that kind of
Mheshimiwa, would you allow me to just interject before you answer?
Yes.
Sure.
Marsabit County is in that same region, same vegetation. They have a forest.
Yes.
Please continue.
Absolutely. And it's not 20-30 years. I don't know if you have been following the news. Over the last 10 years, the only county that has won an international award on forestation is Mandera County.
Wow.
Okay?
Okay.
We have won the World Green Award, which was held in Netherlands in 2024, I think.
All right.
Okay? And that is because our former governor, Ali Ibrahim Roba, took a deliberate intention and plan and effort to ensure that at least he starts with Mandera town and a few other places.
Yes.
When you are landing in Mandera, you will be shocked. It's all green, forested. Okay?
This is Mandera town now.
Mandera town.
Yes.
Headquarters. Okay?
There's a cool breeze.
Very nice.
Okay.
So the first thing when people are visiting us, paying courtesy call to my office,
yes,
when they come, I say, okay, I want to ask a question before we start. And I tell them, what were you thinking about Mandera and what do you think now? This is what I ask them.
I'm sure you get some very crazy answers.
And they say, my friend, it looks like we are in parts of Rift Valley.
Yes.
The way these trees and the green and the infrastructure that is there. Okay? So I tell them, and in terms of security, they said we are just shocked because we thought we will just find Al-Shabaab with rivals here and things like that. Okay?
They actually say that?
I mean, of course, people have been fed with this narrative that the whole place is a jungle. Okay? Now, Mbuvi,
It's a war zone,
Let
actually.
me tell you, I went to school in the US.
Okay.
And when I was in the US, every news on CNN, on international channel, BBC, about Africa. The only thing I've been seeing the 5 years I've been there studying, when I turn on the TV, I see a lot of things great things happening in Europe and Australia and other places.
But when they
come
to
to Africa, I see kids malnutrition, I see floods, I see war, okay, I see all these things. So one day, I was in class with a student. I remember it was a physics class, and there was a very big poster of KICC on the wall, say Nairobi. Just Nairobi, yeah? It didn't say KICC.
Yeah.
And this young lady who was doing the experiment with me said, wow, this place, that thing looks, where is this Nairobi? I told her, in Kenya. And I told her, and she said, Kenya, where is that? In Africa. I said, what do you mean? You mean there's something like this in Africa? Huh?
I hear of such stories and I think they're usually fake.
Let me tell you. Go to anywhere in the world, even today.
Yes.
The only thing that you will see out there is drought, malnutrition, war, all these negative things.
And HIV and AIDS.
And AIDS, okay? That is exactly what we're doing in Kenya, parts of our country.
Okay.
Those of us who are here, the only thing we tell people of the Kenyans about Mandera and these other far-flung areas, Turkana, is cannibals from Turkana. They eat people, okay? Mandera is all disease and nutrition
and flies
and
in
theft,
people's eyes.
and they talk about just plain deserts. I mean, you go to Lodwar and you will be shocked. You would really want to how beautiful and nice the people and hospitable are. You would want to live there, and you don't want to come back. Now, if we are doing cut and pasting what the Western country is systematically doing to continue to dominate us,
yes,
and we borrow that narrative and then we apply on ourselves, it is just so unfortunate.
Kidogo itakuwa
Yes,
tricky.
yes.
And thank you for that, because the way you've painted the picture of Mandera in terms of the forestation and the award that actually the county.
In fact, I forgot.
Yeah.
The countries we were first round, second round, third round. There are two countries that we are competing with.
Okay.
We were competing two cities.
Yes.
Okay. It was a city award, Mandera City Award. We were competing with Liverpool and Melbourne.
Liverpool ile moja iko London huko.
Yes.
Where that football team is supported from.
Yes, I actually support Liverpool.
Liverpool City and Melbourne City.
Yes.
And Mandera.
Melbourne iko kule Australia.
Yes. And
you beat those two.
We beat them hands down in Netherlands, in their own place.
Yes.
Kenyans did not even celebrate that because it is in Mandera. This is a Kenyan thing. The president should have called a serious press statement.
A press conference,
to
yes.
say it's like Kenyan team, Harambee Stars, winning the World Cup.
Actually, Mazingira Day, the next one should be in Mandera.
Yeah, please. Yes.
Yeah.
So this is some of the small wins that we continue to celebrate. Yeah. We need to continue to celebrate as a country.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like I said, thank you for that insight. There are some things I'm also discovering about these places. Unfortunately, perhaps the media we have been consuming isn't necessarily sufficient to give those places the glory that they honestly do deserve.
Actually, Paul.
Yeah.
That fault is ours.
Yes. That's why I said the media we consume.
The media we choose to consume. Because the road that goes there exists. You just need to take the time to go. Let me ask a question. Is it possible for the county government of Mandera to ensure that the school-going children have a program where they participate in this process of creating that environment that you speak of? Meaning, there's a program for planting trees. There's a program for planting shrubs. There's a program for planting grass. So that you have an entire generation who will grow up knowing the importance of what we are speaking of, so that beyond just helping it grow, they'll now help maintain it and enhance it.
Actually, Zimbuga, we are past that.
Where are we?
We are already there. Because when I was growing up, and I went to school in Mandera town, okay, Mandera Boys Town. The tree I planted when I was in standard 5 is still there. Because when I went to go back, I went to check my tree. Yeah? And I'm just one example. So this campaign sisi tumeanza
Mlianza kitambo.
Zamani sana.
So it means instead of one tree, a child should plant 5 trees.
Yes. And so now we have about 2,000 women hired by the county government, paid every month, that are actually planting trees. They are planting trees, 2,000 across the county. 1,400 of them being in Mandera town.
Yes.
And every day they wake up very early in the morning at 6. If you go to Mandera town, you will see these mothers, carrying jerrycans and taking water from a small water point. But, this thing is already there.
Yeah.
People think that we are not doing anything. We're doing a lot of things in terms of forestation. Like I told you, we have won an award.
Yes. Congratulations.
Along that.
Yeah.
So we will continue. We will just sometimes, as leaders, we ignore these things as just noises. Okay? And we continue working on our country.
Yes.
Personally, I don't think as Mandera as just a single region, but I always think of Kenya as a country, no matter where we are.
Right.
And we apply the same principles, as opposed to, of course, those naysayers.
We've come to the end of the show, but sasa tutafanya nini? Tutakuja ku Mandera lini kukula?
Tafadhali come even as soon as this weekend. Ndege is just 2 hours.
Yes.
2 hours.
Yes.
And you land in Mandera.
2 hours tumeshafika pale.
Umefika.
Cool breeze.
Yeah, we take you to the to a big hotels.
Right.
We'll give you some nice food. We'll give you a tour.
Yes.
And in fact, we can even decide to have our meals under those trees that we have planted. Beautiful.
Right.
Very nice shades.
Umeshasema mheshimiwa. Thank you so much. This is where we come to a close as far as this conversation is concerned. We are taking a short break, but when we read, Situ unacheka nini? You can't wait to go to Mandera this weekend, eh?
This is me being happy. Yes.
You cannot wait to get to Mandera. Anytime. Aya, wacha tuongee na mdozi.
Chap.
Aya. So umesikia serikali ndio imesema sisi.
Yes.
Aya, that is Dr. Ali Maalim Mohamed. He is the Deputy Governor of Mandera County. We are taking a short break, but when we do return, we are hoping to have a conversation about politics of the Western region. Tumetoka Northeastern kidogo, wacha tuingie kule kwa kina Ignatius Openje, watuambie wanasemaje. Right now though, here is the news with Winnie Maganga.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. The Kenyan government has issued an alert following an outbreak of the Nipah virus in parts of India. Health authorities are advising Kenyans to avoid non-essential travel to the affected areas, particularly West Bengal, until further notice. Speaking on the matter, Director General of Health Patrick Amoth said 2 cases have so far been confirmed in India, but the risk of the virus spreading to Kenya remains low. He noted that the Ministry of Health is closely monitoring the situation and urged vigilance. Wajir Deputy Governor Hamed Mohamud Abdi over the county's low electricity access. He says even Wajir town relies on unreliable diesel generators despite needing up to 8 megawatts of power. Speaking on Radio Generation today, he says most rural areas remain off-grid due to the county's large size, covering nearly 10% of Kenya, and the slow rollout of solar mini-grids.
For context, Wajir town itself, the headquarters of Wajir County, is still using old diesel generators to generate power for the town, the municipality, Wajir municipality. The uptake is about let me say, give and take, about 6 megawatts, 6 to 8 megawatts.
Yes.
But what it generates about 3.5, 3 megawatts, which is even erratic. So rationing has to happen every day within the municipality, and that is the headquarters of the town. You can imagine with the far-flung corners.
Headquarters of the county.
You can imagine of the far-flung corners of the county.
The Independent Electoral Boundaries Commission has confirmed that Marjan Hussein Marjan has stepped down from his role as Chief Executive Officer and Commission Secretary. The Commission says the decision was mutual and it marks the end of Marjan's tenure at the electoral body. Marjan's exit comes as the IEBC begins the process of finding a new head to lead the secretariat. In the meantime, the commission plans to appoint an interim CEO to manage day-to-day operations. A mother's anguish filled Nairobi's courtroom on Tuesday as Jane Gatwiri spoke about her missing son. Security analyst Mwendo Mbinjiwe, she told judges she has been searching for her son for years after he was last seen traveling to Meru, but keeps hitting dead ends. Gatwiri says repeated appeals to government agencies, including the DCI, have not produced answers. She also claims her son was taken by state agents along Thika Superhighway, but says investigations so far have been unsatisfactory.
I went back to home because when I went missing along Thika Superhighway on Saturday the 12th. And then when I went back to my home in Timao, my son, who was an assistant lecturer at Kampala University, Nicholas Bundi, and my daughter Dese Karweda came at Kasarani police station. They reported the matter. I have the OMB with me because you remember, this lawyer who is representing, I don't know who is wearing specs, said the other day I was a stranger in this matter. We did not report. I have an OB. I went for it.
At least 14 migrants have died after a speedboat carrying them collided with a Hellenic Coast Guard vessel off the coast of island of Chios late on Tuesday. Greek authorities said the speedboat was making dangerous maneuvers and the pursuit was underway for a time of collision in the Chios Strait near the village of Vrontadis. 24 people were rescued. Some of them were seriously injured and others are reportedly still missing. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
Welcome back. This is Radio Generation. The time right now is 6 minutes past 9 o'clock. And I just want to give a few shout outs here. But in case you're listening to us, karibu tena sana. This is the People's Breakfast on 88.8 FM in Nairobi, 90.7 FM in Mombasa. And then there is this beautiful county called Garissa, where we are on 89.5. Salamu zimfikie Morris and Dati, the real SC. Alafu zimfikie Bazenga Bazu commenting about power, and I think this is about Northeastern region. You remember, City, we sat here with Honorable Veska Kangogo.
Yes.
And she did say that
lady's a powerhouse.
Yes, in case you're wondering who's Veska works in the office of the president. She is an advisor as far as planning is concerned. The portfolio name is quite long, but we just know that it boils down to planning and strategy. Now, what Veska told us on that day that she was here is that power comes from Ethiopia, as far as the northeastern region is concerned, crosses down all the way to some place in the Rift Valley. And the reason they do that is to step down that power. Then they redistribute it to other areas that may need it as deemed fit. So in terms of power, when she explained it that way, nilielewa in terms of, okay, so it needs to come from here so it can go this way. However, if we are being honest, it might be a good explanation, but in terms of is it acceptable on the ground in terms of how long does it take to reconnect or to connect the rest of the country? Perhaps now that is a question that people need to ask.
The thing that is true, she mentioned it, and the governor of Mandera has mentioned it.
Yes.
And the previous guest alluded to it.
The deputy governors.
Yes, all of them. There's a cost element to it. Huh?
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
But the real problem isn't the cost, if you ask me. The real problem is the structure of what we call the power sector. How it is that Kenya Power is structured, constituted, how they do business, how they innovate, how they meet the challenges that we currently have. I have been part of the conversation with their current MD, Dr. Siror. That man is knowledgeable.
Yeah.
This is what lends credence to what Dan Okwiri was saying. This is a man who's worked in that sector over time. He's an engineer. When he speaks, you are clear that this is someone who knows exactly what he's talking about. He explained this thing that people have been alluded to clearly. One, remember that there's something called load shedding. When you transmit power, whether it is from Ginger, whether it is from whichever
Ethiopia,
it doesn't matter. We lose a good portion of it, and part of it is because we have old lines. Okay, so the process of changing all that so that we lose less and less power from the point of transmission, because this also adds to the cost. Okay, it's an undertaking that Kenya Power is actually doing. Kenya Power is typical of government parastatals and government agencies. They never tell you what they are doing in detail. It may be mentioned in one headline in the papers, and that is enough for you to consume and to live with. But there is a lot they are doing. What they need to come out and to do is talk about the outcomes of what they do and how this will impact on the cost of electricity, and how it'll be easier because of that to be able to take power to regions that previously hadn't had power. Point number one. Point number two. Places that are off-grid and have difficulties, when you hear of generators, Kenya Power provides generators as a solution as well. Please bear that in mind. It isn't as though somebody goes and buys. You can buy your own generator if you wish, but Kenya Power also provides us as a solution. Kenya Power, together with KenGen now, also have alternate ways of providing power. We have farms that generate solar power, okay? Meaning, if you look at the entirety of this conversation about power, its production, and then distribution, there's a lot that Kenya Power has done. They don't talk about it.
Yes.
But what to me is most significant and they should talk about is what they hope to do to this area that previously have never, ever, ever, ever had the reliability of power like the ones the rest of us take for granted. Okay? Where if I am in, say, Mandera town, or I'm in Wajir town, all I require is to talk to Kenya Power, who are there to tell me how much it will cost to get power to my rural home, which is 100 kilometers away. That one, okay? There are plans that they have, but they do not talk about it sufficiently for people to understand. When you hear power, you think pylons, you think posts, and you think of somebody connecting somewhere on top of those posts to your house, okay? Yes, but what about the wind power generation that is also in part of that region? Where does that go? What do they do with it? What am I saying? I'm saying we are back to that communication about with the government and what government is doing.
Yes.
Yes.
You know, after we had that conversation with Professor Lumumba yesterday, I received a call from the Ministry of Cooperatives. And we had a lengthy conversation with the person on the other side regarding this thing that we call the Nyota Fund. Yes. And I was asking some pertinent questions that every other Kenyan perhaps has been asking.
Yes.
Things like, how much are you guys giving these people? What are the modalities? What is the formula that you have decided that Mbuvi is going to be, a recipient of this money, and so on and so forth? And to some extent mwenye niliongea naye alikubali makosa imefanyika.
Wapi?
As far as communication is concerned. Number one, communication.
Right.
Number two, they admitted something that also Professor said here, that kuna pesa itapotea hapo. Kuna watu watapatiwa hiyo pesa na hiyo pesa itawasaidia hata kidogo, kwa sababu hawa watu hawajui mbele wala nyuma ya kufanyia hiyo pesa. But I told him, you see, you people are losing the opportunity to have this communication. Because had you had this communication telling people what, number one, they should expect in terms of the money, in terms of the training, because he told me that there is training. People will be, you're not just given this random 25,000 or 50,000 and then unaambiwa, see you another day, we wish you all the best. But these things are not being communicated, and are not being communicated well. And I told him that this is part of the reason why perhaps this government is looking as bad as it is. Yeah, na si ati kwa sababu ati amfanyi kitu, ni kwa sababu hata zile vitu mnafanya hamusemi, na mahali kuna challenges pia hamkubali. You're painting this picture of everything is absolutely okay, we are perfect, all systems are go, which is not the truth.
You know, there's a PS who was here, the lady called Susan Mangeni, who is actually the PS of SMEs. This Jonta Fan falls under her docket. She's one of those few people who have actually made an effort to come and talk about this thing. And she's talked about it in other platforms. There's a next space I participate in. She came and spoke about it. She's spoken on it twice. But this communication needs to be more than that, actually. Let me explain what I mean. You have a parliament within the county government. It's called a county assembly.
Yeah.
You have a national assembly. What stops the government from mandating all these leaders who are elected to represent their people to be the ones who go to their respective constituencies and wards to say, folks, this is what is the government is rolling out. This is how you are expected to relate to it. And they do so 1 or 2 months before the actual rollout. Okay? So, and then they go to media houses, spend money, go to media houses, pay them to help you do this thing, because that's what they do. It's their job. They have people who listen to them. No, I'm not saying just come and talk. Pay them to help them, for them to help you do this. My friend, people will know, and this conversation will be different. You may be oversubscribed, but that's data that tells you the number of Kenyans who are in need of this. Okay? Tomorrow, in that first hour, I will send some documentation, the survey that was done on this Nyota Fund.
Yeah.
We'll read it overnight so that we can talk a little bit about it and see just what is that people think and what the survey has collected. Okay? Why am I saying this? I'm saying this because every time we talk about communication, I am reminded one thing. When we were changing the 1,000-note denomination, that advert, that thing, my friend, took the cup.
Yeah.
From the day it starts, the countdown. Whether you liked it or not, you were informed and you knew 3 days to the deadline, 2 days deadline, you were informed. When we had COVID, fellow Kenyans, daily at 4.
We were told every single day, if you treat this normally, it will treat you abnormally.
Yes.
Who doesn't remember that? To date.
Which means government can communicate if they choose to. So why do they then not choose to communicate something as important as this? Let's get Kenyan on this one. Who do we point fingers at? Because now we enjoy, it's as part of our development and part of our cultural heritage, we blame.
Yes.
Who do we point fingers at?
Yeah.
Yes.
Let me tell you something interesting. When I was, there's a time I was in kule Marekani in 2011. And I was in Massachusetts. Specifically, I was in Boston. And I remember just scanning through the television stations at the time.
Ulitoka hapo kwenda US kuangalia TV?
No. Kuna wakati nilitulia nikaanza kuwatch TV. Kuna wakati pia nilienda clubbing.
No. That's what I wanted you to do.
Exactly.
I wanted you to explain during the moments when I took a break.
Exactly.
I don't say when I went there and then you moved to TV. Kwani wewe? Situkuna TV hapa?
Huko nilienda kufanya vitu mingi. Actually nilienda kufanya comedy huko. People don't know that I was a comedian at one point. But
this is
that's
very
besides
good.
the point. Yes.
This is very good.
What is germane to this conversation, City, is the fact that I scanned through the television stations there. And one thing that I saw there is the fact that the government had a dedicated, the government of the state of Massachusetts had a dedicated television channel.
Yeah.
Yes. That was talking about, number one, developments in the area.
Utaambiwa.
Yes. And that thing would repeat hourly. They would tell you, because mtu awachingi TV every now and then.
They want to make sure ukimisi hour inakupata ile hour.
You will find even midnight. If you happen to watch TV at midnight, you will find that information. So anyone who's free between this time and this time, they just want to know what is happening in their county, they'll just switch on the TV and say, okay, there's a road construction somewhere, there's a bridge construction somewhere, there's a dam construction somewhere, there's a hospital somewhere, there's this public service announcement by the government. What is it about? There are job opportunities in the government, where to apply, who to apply to, what requirements there are. This is a television station that was dedicated specifically to talk about what the government was up to.
KBC, bro.
Yes. No, America doesn't have a KBC.
See, we're ahead.
To go ahead. But there's a station there called C-SPAN, which more or less broadcasts government stories. But the reason I've brought that up is because we have county governments. Now we're in a new era. An era of TikTok. An era of YouTube, Facebook, X accounts, Snapchat, and many others that I'm sure will come up. We are not taking advantage of these platforms. Why? Because number one, young people are on these platforms. This is where they go to seek information. Unlike our parents, akina nyinyi, mnawatchingi news za saa moja, then mnaziconfirm saa 3 usiku. You get? Na saa 7 kuna taarifa lazima, saa 7 ya mchana lazima mtasikiza taarifa. Na ile ya saa 10, basically you people follow news at 1 p.m. 4 p.m.
Yes.
7 p.m.
We like to be informed.
Exactly.
And we sit through it. We are the ones who, when we are sitting in a public establishment, not the cultural establishments, 7 o'clock, we say, stop, wake news.
Wake a TV,
yes.
We want to watch
news.
The news. Yes.
And
there are specific channels that are trusted as far as news is concerned.
And we want to watch it religiously for those 15 minutes, then we say, okay, sawa.
After that,
you put whatever you wanted to put on.
Wakianza kuongea juu ya sports news, toa
hiyo kitu.
Now, county governments, not all of them, of course. Some of them have taken advantage. They have accounts whereby they even talk in the language of the different audiences they have. Wataongea language ya Gen Z, wataongea language ya millennials, wataongea language ya watu wa mtaa, watu wa kwa Jaba, bezi ya Jaba wenye wanapenda kuchonga. And so they speak to every single person. But our government largely, and all the governments, including the county governments, haven't taken advantage of these platforms.
Do they actually understand it?
Do they? It's a good question. Why haven't they employed Akina Ignatius Openje here to make this content for them and have it out there? YouTube itself.
Now, utakuta all of them have some information officer who they pay.
Why doesn't the Ministry of MSMEs, for example, have a YouTube channel dedicated to talk about Nyota Fund, Hustler Fund? What else? Uwezo Fund, Youth Fund, Disability Fund, and all those other funds that we know of that are out there. Such that if I am just a random person who goes and Googles Nyota Fund, not only will I get it on the government website, but I will get it on Facebook, where I usually frequent. I'll get it on TikTok, where I usually frequent, on X, Instagram, and everywhere.
I mean, you can't escape it.
Yes. And the resources are there. It's not and it's not difficult. It's not difficult. There in the upcoming budget, I think it's the ministry, I can't remember which ministry, is proposing, our guest has arrived, but they're proposing some 100 million to pay influencers in the next financial year. I think that's a good idea, and I hope that part of that 100 million is to not only talk about government projects, but also upcoming projects, and to also talk about challenges that the governments all over the country are facing. So, kazi ni kwao sasa. I'll confirm which ministry is coming up with that particular fund, and I'll definitely communicate it with time, as time goes by rather. But right now we want to talk about politics of the Western region, and with us in studio is political analyst Zakaria Baraza. A very good morning to you and welcome to Radio Generation.
Good morning to you all. Sorry, I've been a bit late.
Brother.
Yes. Asante sana.
Wahenga walisema better late than never.
Right. So otherwise, how are you?
We are
very well, thank you.
How about the listeners?
And we are happy to have you with us today.
Pleasure.
Yes.
Pleasure to my brother.
Yeah. I guess you've asked how the listeners, they're quite well. From what I can see.
Okay?
From what I can see, so far so good.
Right.
Western has been a quite interesting area in the last couple of weeks, months. There's so much happening there. We've heard of several slogans. One that I would like you to help me understand. There's something I've heard called Tawe.
Right.
What is Tawe all about? Nimesikia sana na nimekuwa nikisema kuna muluya tunakuanga naye hapa lakini ni Gen Z haelewi Tawe.
You see, Tawe it means no.
No.
Umekata.
Okay.
And what has happened is that there's a lot of shenanigans going on in Western Kenya.
Yes.
The reason being, when there's a vacuum and someone new is trying to take over. Because initially, Western Kenya was for Baba.
Okay.
Partly, it was for the president, Ruto.
Yes.
But unfortunately, Baba passed on. Now there's that vacuum. Then you see, when Kenya Kwanza were campaigning, they promised heaven to Western people. For example, I can give an example. They said they're going to do 1,000 kilometers of roads. They said in every government appointment, Western is going to get 30%. They said, look, for example, Nzoia Sugar Company, we are going to install a new machine. But unfortunately, ended up selling.
This promise was made when?
Look at the signing of Kenya Kwanza with Moses.
This was now during the campaign. Okay.
Even the president himself promised. He said, look, once we take over, we want to solve the issue of Nzoia Sugar Company. We are going to get you a new mill. And then farmers should be able to get their sugar cane to the factory and mill it.
Yes.
They promised that, look, we are going to take care of Mama Mboga. In fact, like us, they said, look, if we are going to take part to the military, we'll be coming here with trucks. We are no longer going to allow our boys to be running. Two, even if you have some defects in your body.
Yes.
They were saying even if you miss one, you are missing one tooth.
Yeah.
A tooth does not shoot. It's only the hand that shoots.
Yes.
We are going to do that.
Okay.
They said, look, Mama, this government is going to include Mama Mboga. It's going to be part of the
government. Yes.
They made those border people believe that they'll be part of the government. They'll be part of the decision making. They made an ordinary person believe that this government is for the ordinary people.
Yes.
Unfortunately, nothing has been delivered.
Now, in terms of the promises that were made towards the Western region by the Kenya Kwanza government, has anything been delivered? Anything of the promises?
Let me just start by one. The roads. They say they are going to do 1,000 kilometers of roads for Western Kenya. This includes Bungoma, Kakamega, Vihiga, Busia, and even they were saying Trans Nzoia will be part of, because it's being counted as part of Western Kenya.
Yes.
But if you look at the last budget, there was a controversy whereby Kimani Ichung'wah, if you look at that budget, Kimani Ichung'wah, Kiambu County, had gotten more allocation than the entire Western Kenya. One constituency. And I think there was that uproar.
Yes.
Yeah. So if you come to the ground, you'll discover that the only road that he had done at that time, last year, was a 20-kilometer road, a 200-meter road.
Yes.
This is from
200-meter.
200-meter road. This road is going to Honorable Moses Wetangula's home.
Okay.
They had promised that they're going to work on Brigadier Naitiri, Misiho Road. This road has been done for the last 15 years.
15. Has it been completed?
Not yet. The initial budget for that road was 1.1 billion.
Okay.
That is, the national government was to cut a half of it. That is from Naitiri to Misiho. This one will touch Kitale, Kakamega Road, that main road. And the national government was to do Naitiri to Brigadier. This one will touch Eldoret, Kitale Road.
Yes.
To date, they have spent 1.1 billion.
Right.
They have not even done a half of it. If you between Brigadier and Naitiri, they have spent 1.1 billion.
How long? What is the length
that
of that
road? That is 20-kilometer road.
20 kilometers. They've done 10 kilometers.
They've done, it's not even complete.
It's not complete.
It's not even complete.
And they've spent half the budget.
Half the budget.
Right.
So the national government has not done it. Now, people of Tongaren are asking, what did we do wrong to the government? Because they have been promising us for the last 15 years. You remember, during the campaign, President Ruto was in Tongaren 26 times.
26?
Okay. 26 times.
Hey, that's serious.
This is the same Tongaren, Tongaren.
Yeah, which is part of, Bungoma has 9 constituencies.
Yes.
We have Tongaren, we have Kimilili, we have Mount Elgon, we have Sirisia, we have Webuye West, we have Webuye East, we have Kandui, we have Kapchai, and Bumula.
Okay.
9 constituencies.
All right.
Now, if you look, Papa Aroma, they call him Papa Aroma, comes from Bungoma.
Right.
But if you look at what the government promised, it has not delivered. In fact, like initially, they said they were going to revive Nzoia. And like farmers in Bungoma, they rely on sugarcane.
Yes.
So people were 100% confident that their problem is going to be solved. But you see what happened? There's this guy called Rai.
Okay. The tycoon.
The tycoon. Rai was given pen paper. At that time, They say they are going to revive Pan Paper. Workers are going to be paid. Everyone's going to be paid. To date.
Allow me to just pause you.
Yeah.
Explain Pan Paper. There's an entire generation who do not know what Pan Paper did.
Or what it is.
Yeah, what it is. And they don't even know the significance of Pan Paper.
Are we talking about Webuye Pan Paper?
Yeah, Webuye Pan
Yes,
Paper.
that's the one
You
I'm
see,
talking about.
that factory had employed over 10,000 people. People were relying on Pan Paper for employing for livelihood. You see, initially, when we got independence, the government said, what can we do for the people of Western Kenya at that time? The politicians.
Yes.
They said, let's establish factories. They started by establishing Pan Paper. They established Nzoia Sugar Company. They established Malakisi Cotton Ginnery. There was BAT. There was to Mastermind. Then there was this thing called, we had teachers in Bungoma had their own hotel called Bungoma Tourist Hotel.
Okay.
Then there was this thing called Ushirika Cooperative, which was to cater for coffee and water view. So at that time, there was no bursary, there was no scholarship. But people used to rely on factories because they had an income. So Pan Paper was a factory which had employed more than 10,000
Please
people.
mention that people also grew tea in that particular region.
No, us we don't do tea. Just
Yes.
partly in Mount Elgon.
Yes.
But it's not tea.
Yes.
But we do coffee.
Yes.
We used to do coffee, sugarcane, Tongaren they did maize, and then on the lower part we used to do millet, sorghum, then we used to do sweet potato and all this.
So it is Trans Nzoia that does some tea.
No, Trans Nzoia partly does some tea
Yes.
and maize.
And maize.
Yeah, but Trans Nzoia does a lot of maize.
Yes. Please carry on.
Yeah. So when they established these factories, they were meant to help the common Mananji. At that time, everyone used to go to school because they had an income. So Pan Paper was sold with the intention of giving it to a private investor who will be able to revive it and ensure that all those who had been sacked are going to get back. So when they give
Did they get their dues when they were sacked?
They were never paid. In fact,
So you start by giving them the dues they are owed, and then you talk about
leave alone.
Yes.
Pan Paper was sold about 12 years ago.
Yes, it was.
About 3 months ago, if you see the PS for industry, this Dr. Muhwana went to Nzoia to Pan Paper saying he's paying the workers 170 million. Google, you'll see. So I was asking, you are paying this man 12 years after he had been sacked. He had kids who had to go to school. Their life is destroyed. This man he had taken loans. His property was sold. Is it going to help? But unfortunately, about 3 months ago, the workers are saying they have not received the money. Now we are asking, if the government said it had received 170 million, whom did it pay? That's the most important question we're asking.
Okay.
Now, when I get back to the Rai took Pan Paper. Instead of reviving Pan Paper, he sacked everyone, closed it. At one time, there was a controversy whereby mercury sugar was being packed at Pan Paper. And you remember, if you Google, you'll see it. By Rai during Uhuru's time. There was that big controversy. And then, about when Ruto took over, while he was in Kakamega, he said, Rai is a conman. And he said, na mambo matatu. Kiti ya kwanza, Rai aende binguni. Aende jela, ahame Kenya, ama aende binguni. You remember there was that controversy?
I remember.
Vitu vita?
Mambo ni matatu hivyo hivyo. Yes.
Aende jela, ahame Kenya, ama aende binguni. Because Rai is a conman. Rai is using Pan Paper to import sugar, package sugar from there, which is affecting farmers. Now, when Kenya Kwanza came in, the first thing was to give the company a new machine.
Okay.
Instead of giving the company a new machine, they appointed directors who are politicians to take over Nzoia Sugar Company. And Ford Kenya appointed its own people to take over. The first person to be appointed was Millicent Obodha.
Okay.
This is the deputy party leader of Ford Kenya. She was put as a director. The second person to be appointed was Elizabeth Mudikisa. That is the deputy secretary of Ford Kenya. The other person to put as a chairman is called Alfred Hangati.
Yes.
He was made the chairman. Then the other person is Osula, who is also a Ford Kenya for Bumula. Okay. So you ask yourself, when you have a company, do you put in sycophants? party officials, or you put in experts to run the company.
Give me an example of who you think is an expert who could have been put in some of these positions.
But there are so many experts. Do you advertise? People put in their CV.
That's the point. You advertise and people compete.
Yeah, I
Yes.
cannot. If you see, for today, I sit here and say, I want you to become the MD. That will not be
no,
fair.
you'll be
We
doing
give
the
a chance to each and every person to come in and say, look, this is what, these
I
are my
can do.
papers.
Yeah.
And look at my history. But you see,
Are all these people who are appointed incompetent? Are they people who you feel cannot actually...
they cannot. The reason being, one, someone has been in politics. He has spent all the money. So what will he do in the first place is to recover his money. Two, this person has never run a factory. A politician. He has never run a factory. You need a specialist.
You know, let me just read a comment here from one of the viewers.
Yeah.
This is Diana. Diana nasema hivi, I'm from Tongaren. That Misiku Natiri Brigadier is my road. Nothing happened from Misiku to Naitiri.
Yeah.
Turbo Naitiri Shihendu is another scam. Contractor left as soon as presidential motorcade left.
You see, what the president are doing right now is trying to manage people psychologically. How do you manage them? Come with tractors and whatever construction equipment, put there, let it appear as if it's working. But there's another aspect that you guys you don't see on in the news. When a politician goes somewhere,
a politician like the president now.
The president,
yes,
they do those shenanigans. But you see, all those people who are there, they have been transported from
other places.
Other places.
Okay,
they are given 1,000 each or 500. So you see, most of those crowds are crowds for hire. And when they make noise, they do that. They want them to clap.
Okay,
are you getting that?
All right.
So let me get back to Nzoia.
Yeah.
Nzoia had employed about 10,000 cane cutters. Those are people who do manual job. You see, when this factory was brought, it was brought to help those people who have been to school and those who have never been to school. It was meant to help the community because it had 24,000 acres of nuclear. It has 3 schools. It has an airstrip. It has a guest house. It has a hospital. And you know, when this...
How many schools?
3 schools, public schools. Plus, I think there plus one is a bit about 4. One
primary, secondary?
Primary and secondary.
Okay.
It has a health center, which caters for the community. And the reason why we had that nuclear 24,000 acres, that company was not meant there to make profit. It was meant to help the community. Because at that time, you can imagine in early 80s and 90s, it would put into the economy of Bungoma town, out of salaries, they would put 100 million. They used to pay farmers every month 150 million. And this money was being pumped into the economy of Bungoma. And the reason why why Nzoia failed, nobody should lie to you that, look, it's mismanaged. Politicians. The reason being, go to Butali Sugar Company.
Yes.
Go to West Kenya Sugar Company. There's no expert from abroad. These are our boys who are doing the work. Go to Nigeria Sugar Company. You see, even Rai has not gone to school, but he has employed people doing the work. But as we have people who have gone to school, why can't we employ them? But you see, the problem is that politicians put people there to steal the money so that they can use it for campaign.
You know,
but Mheshimiwa, nikuuliza swali.
Uliza tu.
Ford Kenya ni chama ya kwenu?
Ford Kenya are the ones who have put us in this mess. That's why we are saying Tawe. Tawe came in, no. It means no.
Yeah.
That's why Wetangula lost in Kabuchai. The polling center where he votes himself, in that classroom.
Yes.
We got 207 votes. Him, he got 65.
There's a Trans Nzoia governor.
Even before you get Trans Nzoia, I want to tell you something.
Okay.
You see, the reason being, the reason for that factory to be put there was not to make profit, was to help the community, was to chunk money into the economy. You'll discover that during those years when Nzoia was doing very well, there was no bursary, there was no scholarship. And none of our kids would miss school. If you look at you Google, was it last year? 11,000 kids from Bungoma County could not join Form 1 because of school fees.
Why? What is the real problem with sugar there, apart from the meddling of Ford Kenya? What is the real issue?
The real issue is importation of sugar. Politicians make money out of sugar.
Is sugar being grown tuanzie hapo.
Yeah, sugar cane is there.
Is it sufficient?
It's more than sufficient.
So is it produced? Is it milled?
You see, the problem is, let me tell you something. They put their politician, they put their own cronies to manage the sugar.
Yes.
As a farmer will harvest his canes.
Right.
They are taken to the factory. It's milled. Instead of paying the farmer, they pay the suppliers because they supply this thing at exorbitant. They inflate. Are you getting that? That's how they lose the money.
So the farmer doesn't get the money.
That doesn't get the money.
Inaishia kwa supply.
Inaishia kwa supply. So you'll discover that who imports fertilizer.
So we have farmers here with files of invoices not paid.
Not paid. Let me tell you.
Do they sue? Do they go to the courts? What?
They have been suing. Like, for example, we had you saw last week there was that demonstration and workers who are demanding their dues. What happened? It was a very simple thing. When this company was being sold, they said they were going to pay the farmers by that first of the workers by that first of October. None has been paid. So they are now demanding 10 billion from the government.
10 billion is
10 billion is not some small money.
Si pesa kidogo ndio.
You see, they have destroyed the entire economy of Western Kenya because of one person called Rai.
Okay.
Because the reason being, that company is now owned by politicians. He never paid a single penny. They are saying they are leasing that company to him to be paying rent per year, 200 million.
But let me ask, why Rai? Why not anyone else?
The question is,
what is so special about this individual?
If the president himself, he has pronounced that this man is a crook, that this man should leave the country, there are only three things. Then all of a sudden, he makes a U-turn and gives him the factory.
So
without even explaining to us as to why he thought he has seen now Rai to be a clean person.
So hapo uone ni kama kuna kitu maybe pia sisi kama public.
That's why we are saying Tawe. The reason being, Bungoma people have changed.
Has Rai spoken about it? Has he said anything?
Have you ever heard Rai speak or say anything?
He doesn't speak.
I want to understand
he speaks through politicians.
Okay.
You remember during that time, us, we even said no. We went to court.
Yeah.
We even had a very big fight.
Right.
But the government forced its way through.
Yeah, because it's one thing to accuse him, and perhaps rightly so, but is there specific evidence pointing to the fact that he has orchestrated the downfall? For example, you said he brings in sugar, packages it in webuye paper.
It's something that is there. It's something that was even in parliament.
Okay.
He was accused in parliament. Go to the Hansard, it's there. Let me tell you, he has been accused so many times. Have you seen him defending himself?
Okay. So he hasn't said anything to that matter.
Yeah, it's not him. I'm not his spokesperson.
Sure.
When I level accusation, let him come and defend himself.
So not even through lawyers, through his company.
Yes, a crook will always keep quiet, my friend. But you today, if I talk something that you don't like, you'll even sue me.
Okay.
The reason being, people are not happy with Rai in Bungoma.
Have you asked your local leaders, from the senators to governors to members of parliament, on this issue, and what do they usually say?
They're all sycophants. All of a sudden, Wetangula was saying, we need to get a new machine. But what has happened? The man has now changed. He's even supporting Rai.
Okay.
At one time, he was even saying, look, we've paid the farmers everything. We have paid workers everything. Yet, it's clear, black and white.
They have not been paid.
They have not been paid.
Actually, the question about this one individual, in the absence of evidence, I would hesitate to call him a crook. The media has called him a crook. But nobody has come up to say why it is he's being called a crook. Let me explain what I mean.
Please do.
If he says he's going to pay people and doesn't, if he says that there are dues that he's supposed to pay and instead he sacks people, if he's going against the law, that is something that should be actionable. Has he been taken to court?
You see, like one thing they are saying, he took the company while it was clean. Now they are saying the government should be able to pay these things. Can you imagine? Like
I can imagine, but that sort of boldness implies that the people behind him are powerful.
That is the thing.
So he's a front.
He's a front.
Yes, it can't be that this one individual is the problem. In so many cases, he has to be a front.
No, let me tell you, he's not, someone is using him. And we believe that factory is owned by senior politicians in this country. It's owned by senior politicians in this country.
To what end? I mean, okay, it has a nucleus. Is the nucleus functioning?
Yeah, it has skin. In fact, it was banned by workers who are on strike last week, about 10,000. Yeah.
Was the cane mature?
Yeah. You know, like, it's mature. He has been harvesting. And we're asking him, look, he never planted this cane. He never applied fertilizer. But now he's harvesting and making millions. You have been on radio so many times saying, no, it's wrong. It's immorally wrong for him to harvest where he did not, to reap where he did not sow.
Do you know where we have a problem with the sugar industry? A much bigger. For the longest time, we had a protectionist clause with COMESA, where people within the COMESA region were allowed to sell to us. We could import up to 40% of our cane because we did not have sufficient supply. Last year, we dissolved that clause, meaning we are now open to the vagaries of the market. Now, the question I've been asking myself is, why now? Because I come from a sugar growing area, by the way.
Yeah.
I come from Moroni.
Yeah.
Okay? Yeah. I no longer grow cane. I consider it a complete waste of time.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now, if something which was brought to that region, because it's a regional crop, and in its early days, what you say is absolutely correct. Parents were able to take their children to school. They were able to buy tractor. There's so much that people were able to do.
Yeah.
And then all that ceased. And you wonder, but wait, the demand for this product increased. So why are we having these problems? Every factory that produces should have a reserve for maintenance, have a reserve for even replacing the equipment.
Yeah.
I once had a conversation with some people who had been brought in to manage, surgery managers of Moroni.
Yeah, right.
And they showed me the books of what is they were collecting. They said they don't understand why this factory is having problems. And there's somebody, he gave me an example. He said, do you know, let me walk you to our go downs.
Yeah.
So you see the sugar here, it has all been paid for. You prepay. You don't come to the factory and then pay.
Yeah.
You prepay, so when it's produced, all you do is to come and collect. He said, we never have sugar that doesn't have a buyer.
Right.
And he said the simple logic is because of that, it is not possible for you to say that this factory doesn't make sense. It makes sense. But then they told me something interesting. Said of all this money we collect, and it's in the hundreds of millions, by the way. So the problem is, some of it is supposed to come back.
Yeah.
The factory.
Yeah.
Said it never does. Now, that would be the same problem with Nzoia. Because it makes money. But money that should ordinarily come back to ensure that the factory is a going concern never comes back. So you can't improve it. Yeah. The very things you're supposed to do, you can't do. So it begs the question, where does the money that these sugar factories make go?
Let me answer you.
Yes.
You remember, Rai took over these factories about last year. For the last 7 months, Nzoia Sugar Company has not been milling. But if you walk into the shops, into the supermarket, you'll see Nzoia Sugar.
There is Nzoia Sugar.
Where has it come from? 2, since Rai took over, and Rai and these other crooks took over these other factories, have you seen any shortage in sugar?
Nope.
Everything has stabilized. So what does it imply?
What does it imply?
They are the people who are behind it. They don't even need COMESA because you see these guys, they have now taken control. They're the one who used to import sugar. They're the one who used to do everything. Now they have the machine. Now they have the everything. If they want to import sugar, nobody will make noise because they'll simply import sugar, put it in the go down, package it in the names of whichever factory they want, and put it on the market. In the next few years, they will not need farmers. They only needed a cover-up for them to continue doing their business. And they have now gotten that cover-up.
What is the role of the Kenya Sugar Board in all this?
But you see, Kenya Sugar Board is being driven by someone else. It has no powers. They only get instructions from somewhere. Can you do A, B, C, D? And it happens. And I can tell you something.
Yes.
There's a very funny thing. Look at the PSS. For all these shenanigans that has happened in Kenya Sugar Board, PS for agriculture, PS for whatever, they come from where? Another. Just look at it.
Yeah.
From one area. All of them doing the same thing. So you see these guys have destroyed
Which means
completely.
they come from your area.
They may be coming from Western. Just Google all the PS for agriculture, for all who have been signing all these letters. It begs certain questions.
Now you're making me actually want to Google.
You Google. I've been there.
And we had the PS for agriculture here the other day, didn't we? And we know where he comes from, don't we? Yes. So now you are looking at the others, aren't you?
Yes.
Look, now too, my point is, these guys have now taken over sugar factory. For example, last week when there was that Mandamano at Nzoia Sugar Company,
yes,
the kind cutters, someone said he has worked for 7 days. They sent 720 shillings on his M-Pesa. They're destroying the farmers.
720 shillings for what exactly?
For working for 7 days. 100 shillings per day.
100 shillings per day?
Per day. You see, there's a big problem in Western Kenya. And you know, they are destroying for example, the target they have done targeted is Bungoma County. They want to destroy the economy of Bungoma completely.
Why do you say it's targeting Bungoma County?
I'll give you a reason. When this government took over, they first went for Nzoia Sugar Company. Thereafter our land, Bungoma. 24,000 acres they took.
That's a nucleus.
That's a nucleus. Plus the factory, plus everything.
And what acreage do the small holders have?
It's a lot. The entire county is big.
Oh, it's the entire county that grows sugar?
Yeah, Bungoma, yeah.
Okay, please continue.
Now, they went for 24,000 acres. That's Nzoia Sugar Company. From there, they went to Sangalo Institute. They call it Bungoma Polytechnic. 50 acres, they are doing industrial park. And if you see, you go somewhere else, you'll discover you don't take the institution's land to put up markets and factories. They do vice versa. The community will come together. They contribute land to expand there. But them, they went for the institution's land. 50 acres. Industrial park.
And that land for the institution is there because there's an understanding at some point the institution may need to grow.
To grow, that's the thing.
Yes.
We even don't know who owns this industrial park. Who were given the titles. We don't know. We are just saying people are saying, we gave 500 million for them to develop.
Have the industrial park, has it been developed?
They are just doing something, but it's not even moving on. But their already land is gone.
And what?
There are two. For them to take that land, they needed to do public participation. You ask Mwananchi, the common person, look, we want to develop this. What are you going to do? They never did that.
The picture that Mhesh is painting is a really dark one.
It's not dark. It's
the reality.
It's realistic. If you understand the politics of sugar, then you will understand that what he's saying is not even removed from the truth. He's just telling you, he comes from this, telling you, this is his lived experience. It's not...
I've not heard of anything positive coming from that area.
But there's nothing positive with it.
Yeah,
just give me time.
Yeah,
I explain, and then let someone, you can allow a caller to come and say something positive, and then I'll challenge him, because me, I'm always on the ground.
I actually want to change gears a little bit by starting with this comment here from a listener. Amesema, this is ni Emmanuel Masiko kutoka Bungoma County. Salimia mdosi wangu, our incoming governor Bungoma County, mtetezi wa wanyonge. Mungu amulinde anavyoendelea kutetea wakulima wa Nzoia na mambo mengine Bungoma. You aspire to be the governor of Bungoma. What are some of the things that you will change if God gives you this position to lead his people?
The first thing, once I take over, I revert Nzoia Sugar Company back to the people of Bungoma. That's the first thing I'll do.
And that is within the powers of the governor.
Wait. How will you revert it back to the people? It never belonged to the people. It was a government project.
But we are the government. Who is the government? We are the government. KICC had been taken by Kanu. What happened?
Okay, and right now, who owns KICC?
Right in the government.
So you think?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
Go on. You'll revert it back to
the people.
Yes.
Yes.
You see, we've sat and agreed on what to do. Two, you see, like for example, if you want to solve Bungoma's problem,
yes,
one thing, 90% of the problems are gone. Corruption. Send those people to jail.
So that you actually need to arrest them, take them to court.
No, he's just told you that
what
all
I'm
that will
going to
happen,
work to
they will
eliminate-
end up in jail.
I'm going to work on a way to eliminate corruption. The reason being,
Yes.
look at the history of Bungoma. If you talk about Bungoma, the first thing someone will look at you is think about wheelbarrow. You remember at one time Lusaka bought a wheelbarrow of 100 shillings for
yes
100,000. 100,000.
Yes.
The second thing someone will talk about is jerrycan. You remember a jerrycan of 100,000 for The third thing someone will think about Bungoma is flowers. You remember Lusaka planted flowers for 25 million. It was all over.
Yes.
The third thing is about Christmas tree. Are you getting that?
Oh, that
you remember?
one is a
Yeah,
recent
3
one,
point
isn't
something
it?
million. So you see, look at the reputation of Bungoma. Corruption. You kill corruption, everything will just flow in place, will fall in place.
But Zakaria, you know where we who are in the media have a problem with politicians is they all say the same things before they get elected. They all speak about how they're going to get rid of the rot, how they're going to streamline.
Their government will be corrupt free.
And we believe.
The way they'll be reachable.
Look at my history. If you how I've been fighting for Bungoma.
Okay.
I've really fought for these people. The reason being, even being bought, I would have been bought a long time ago. But you see, not everyone can be bought. We are not doing these things for money. We are doing these things to help our people.
Yes.
When you see us saying, look, there's a rot in Bungoma, we have a reason why.
Yes.
And I told you, the people who brought those factories to Bungoma, they had a reason.
Okay.
It's needless for you to own billions, yet your people are suffering. It doesn't make sense.
There was finish.
And the only way we can say giving back to the community is not giving them money, is fighting for them.
Okay.
That's what we are doing right now, giving back to the community.
There was a poll that was done a couple of weeks ago, and it put Natembeya at the very top of influence in the western region. Is that a true reflection of what is happening on the ground?
In fact, I think those people who did the poll were unfair to Natembeya.
Oh.
He should have had 80% or 90%.
Okay.
The reason being, Western has moved. People have moved. People want change. People had a lot of hopes in our leadership.
Yes.
They thought Musalia would be able to change so many things. They thought Moses Wetangula would be able to do so many things. But unfortunately, people are disappointed. That's why you'll discover everyone wants Natembeya.
Okay.
And he doesn't give people money. He's not even been to all those areas. But where you want, people want change. People want power. You know, leadership is always brought from God. It comes from God. You can have the money, you can buy people, but when you've not been anointed by God, you can't be a leader. And I believe Natembeya has been anointed by God. The reason being, even me, people call me. They tell me, we want to see Natembeya. Where are you? We are in Kakamega. We are in Vihiga. But we said, no, we don't have money to ferry you from Vihiga to Trans Nzoia, because they want to go to Trans Nzoia. They say, we don't want any money from Natembeya. We are ready to hire our vehicles ourselves. We want to go see him. We don't want him to give us a single penny. In fact, they are proposing that they want to start contributing for him. That's how. But a normal politician would always ferry people from somewhere to come to. For example, when Natembeya says he's coming to Bungoma, people walk, kill 100 and tens of kilometers. The way Wamalo Kijana used to. You see, when Wamalo Kijana was there, and he would come to a place called Kandui Stadium, people would walk from Webuye on foot just to come. And right now, if today you say Natembeya is coming to Bungoma, people would walk from very far. They don't want any money from you. But today, if you say that president is coming, school buses must be organized from all over the county.
And 1,000 shillings.
And 1,000 shillings for everyone. That's what I'm saying now. This is the kind of leadership that you're going to see.
Yeah.
This is a big change. And the ground in Bungoma has shifted.
Yes.
And the shifting is resistance. Let me tell you something that you may not be aware. In early 60s, when colonialists came, they established an airstrip in Bungoma. This airstrip is next to they used to call DC's office, but these days it's next to State Lodge. They converted that DC's office into State Lodge.
Yes.
After Ruto took over. Because he said since Bungoma is the one that tilted the weighing scale, he wants to be very close to Bungoma. He did a State Lodge there.
Yes.
That airstrip was meant to assist one. Should we have a patient, because we had Bungoma Referral Hospital, St. John's ambulance would simply come there. They transfer the patient from Bungoma Referral Hospital
to the
airstrip, and is taken to
another hospital.
Should we have dignitaries, because that airstrip is next to to town?
Yes.
It's in town. In fact, it's in town, just like Wilson here.
Okay.
Are you getting that?
Yes.
So when during the campaign, someone came there and say, what? I need this land.
What's the acreage of that land?
50 acres. Someone said, no, I must get this land. So after election, within a very short time,
shamba ikaenda.
They degazette the airstrip. Then we ask, how do you degazette the airstrip without asking us? Because we are the locals. Even if it's a national government, anything they must ask us, do you want us to degazette the airstrip?
Any such process must be taken to public participation.
There was no public participation.
Yes.
Now, where does the
so what they've changed the user? What do they want to use it for?
They have now changed the user.
Yeah, what do they want to use it for?
Check for the smart city. Then we went to court through Honorable Munyenyi because they orders. They kept delayed because they were court orders. Then after 3-4 months again, they started constructing. I went to court myself.
Yeah.
I'll send you the orders. I have the orders. Even the fact the matter was yesterday in court. The orders are in place.
Yes.
But you see, they choose not to obey the orders.
Okay.
They are constructing. Then when they discovered that, look, one of my reasons why I had gone to court is because of public participation. Okay. On 8th, I was called by the county commissioner saying we have arranged public participation for 14th of January. Come to, it's called Red Cross Hall. There were those letters. I got the letter. We said, fine, we'll be there. You see, they thought that when they send that thing, I'll not go. I said, I'll be there. On 14th, in fact, on 13th, I mobilized people in town. I sent my car to mobilize, tell people, you see, we have public participation because people are not aware. It was not published in any newspaper. It was not anywhere. On 14th, by 8, my people are seated there.
Okay.
The county commission had mobilized chiefs to come with, you see, their papers they usually write that you sign as you enter. But you see, that one, you don't sign as you may think you are signing as you attendance.
Yeah.
But once you go there, whether you say no or yes, they'll use those ones and say, look, they all agreed that we said we'll only sign those papers after
we've had
the
this
conversation. The conversation. So I left this place. I was there. I went in the morning.
How did the conversation go?
So in the morning they brought in the chairs for the governor, chairs for the deputy governor. The county commissioner was there. They brought in about 3 trucks of police officers, 20 Land Rovers. But we asked, people were there. We mobilized, people were there. Did what happened? When they heard that I was on the way coming, they all ran away. So when I entered the hall, I was alone.
Yes.
And I carried out, I said, do you agree? They said, no. No.
Zakaria, unfortunately, we have actually overrun by about 2 minutes. I feel like this conversation has not ended yet.
It actually just began.
It was just beginning.
Yes.
So wacha tuzime hizi microphone kidogo tuweke news and then we talk with the producer and see when you can actually return, and hopefully this time around you won't encounter traffic.
Right.
And
no, I've now planned myself. I'll be here even at 6.
Yes.
Just wait for the conversation.
So that we can have an extensive conversation.
Right.
Yeah, about some of these happenings that are in the western region. Right. But yeah, this is where we come to an end, folks. We shall be seeing you tomorrow bright and early. That is City Muge and myself, and of course the amazing lineup of guests that we shall have for you. Right now though, tutawacha kwa mikono ya not Tanya but Rania. Yes, that's the name I was looking for. And Lady Martha. They're going to be coming through with an amazing show called The Retro Box. Do stand by for that and much more.